Welcome. In this video, I'm going to be giving you a shelf-by-shelf tour of a library dedicated to Stoicism and Roman history. Michael McGill is one of the top writers on Twitter on the topics of Stoicism and Roman history, with over 30,000 followers and over 5,000 members in his Stoicism community. He's a prolific contributor in the Stoicism scene on Twitter, where he publishes new articles and threads almost daily, and is a fellow fan of the Loeb Classical Library. He has several Twitter threads on Roman history with over 500,000 views, and a handful that have between 1 and 3 million views just in the past year. He also runs a 3D printing company that produces small sculptures and busts of ancient Roman leaders, authors, and iconic buildings. In the following bookshelf tour, we will go through Michael's collection of books, as well as a deep dive into his top 15 books. We'll also be doing a tour of Michael's study, where he does his work and writing and reads his books. Michael's also agreed to show us his Evernote setup and how he takes notes on his books via Screenshare. And he also shows us his special handheld book scanner that he uses to get passages from his books quickly into his computer. Please see the timestamps in the description to skip right to these sections, as well as to any other section of the tour. In the description, you'll find a link where you can download high-resolution photos of all of Michael's bookshelves, as well as photos of each wall of his study. I'm also including a free spreadsheet that lists and gives you details on all the top book sets of the classics. If you have any questions for Michael or any book recommendations for him, please leave them down below in the comments. Finally, if you'd like to give a tour of your library on my channel, please reach out to me at timothy@timothykenny.com. Thanks, and now on to the bookshelf tour. We've got a couple pictures here of Michael's main bookshelf, and this is with and without the statues, the busts here. And so we'll be talking more about those at the end. He's printed these with a 3D printer, all the white ones. And so we'll be talking about that in a later section. But Michael, why don't you start off by just giving us a rundown of what this bookshelf is about versus the other one, which is right here.
Yep.
And then we'll start going shelf by shelf.
Well, I love seeing this because my bookshelf is like the centerpiece of my study here. I mean, this really, I love books. I love collecting books. I love having books on display. It's funny, a lot of times, when I post about books online, you'll have people kind of talk about Kindle and the efficiency of having a Kindle and how you can have thousands of books there. I own a Kindle and I have some books on it. I get it, but I love physical books. I've always loved physical books. So, my shelf is maybe somewhat humble compared to a lot of others. And this bookshelf, it is the last piece of Bachelor Mike McGill. Like I got this bookshelf, who knows what year it would have been, 25, 30 years ago or something like that, when I moved into an apartment and I needed a place to put my books because my book collection was growing big enough. And we talked a little bit about kind of my past and being in IT, and the shelf used to be full of mostly technical books, IT technical related books. And, over time, as my reading has changed, it has now really become the home of a lot of my philosophy and history collection, along with a lot of, kind of professional, personal development books that I've read over the years. So, kind of starting at the very top up there. So, my Loeb collection, which I had to. So one thing you are seeing on here for sure, like I have a bookshelf problem. Meaning I have more books than I have shelves. So we'll go through what has become my overflow shelf. And I'm kind of planning in my head, like what's my next bookshelf move? Because I don't have enough room for the books I have. And pretty much every time I go out into the world, I'll stop into a bookstore and I come home with more books and we'll get into some of my kind of very inefficient ways I have of handling, books that aren't going to fit kind of on the shelf normally anymore, and I got to get unique with stacking. So that's what happened with my Loebs. So my humble Loeb collection, which I happen to love very much. I love the aesthetic of the Loeb. I love how it has the Greek and Latin on the left page as you read through it. We talked about that a little bit. I cannot read Latin and I cannot read Greek, but it is fun to read through these ancient books by these great ancient authors and see the original language they would have written it in. But Loebs are relatively new to me, as I really kind of, just over the last few years have been getting into the classics. And what was really cool, so that the red Loebs you are seeing, so I have some of them with the dust jacket on it, which would be like newer Loebs. That's, kind of my Roman history stuff there. Marcus Aurelius. We talked about that. I love meditation, so I just buy more copies of Meditations. We got some Dio Cassius over there for my love of Roman history. Caesar, that's the one that's his the Civil Wars, and then the Augustan history there. So the ones with the dust jackets are probably a little bit newer. The ones to the left were actually, we talked a little bit about this bookstore I really love here in Cleveland called Loganberry Books. And one time I went in, so it's just a great place with a lot of old books. It is like the sanctuary, like my happy place. When you walk in the door, it's all old vintage books. And I went into, it's funny, these were in the philosophy section. So usually when I go into Loganberry, I have my kind of route that I follow. I'll go, kind of right up front. They'll have their old book collection. Then I hit the Roman history section. Then I'll hit the philosophy section. Last couple times ago, I went into the philosophy section, and it was just like light shining down from heaven. This entire, I wouldn't say the entire Loeb collection, but
wow,
couple hundred Loebs.
And that was new.
So as these older collections, so this was from the collection of a priest from here in the Cleveland area. It's funny, I Googled them. So when you open it up, it's from the collection of Father Bodie. Wow. I love with old books, you'll have when you have the nameplate, and just the history that follows along with that book. So apparently Father Bodie had this big collection of Loebs. They're older prints. Again, they don't have the dust jackets on them, or if they did at one point, I don't know, Father Bodie removed them. They have a little bit of this different, more leathery type covers to them. So every time I go back to Loganberry, I will pick up a couple more. I would love to buy the whole collection, but gotta, that may not, get, my wife may not agree that I get a couple hundred Loebs in the house. So I saw, and this is again, it's just the aesthetic of the Loebs. I got Boethius, Cicero, Seneca, Suetonius, who I have Penguin Classics copies of them. I mean, I will buy multiple copies and translations of a work that I love a lot, or a classical writer that I love a lot.
Can you talk a little bit about Suetonius?
Yeah. So Suetonius, he was an ancient historian / biographer. And, he wrote the 12 Caesars, which is biographies of Julius Caesar and the first 11 Roman emperors from Augustus up through Domitian. So it's a really great, it's a great read. I think it's very accessible for somebody. A lot of times people will ask me where should I get started with Roman history, or where should I get started with classical writers about authors of Roman history? I read Suetonius. It's a lot of fun. It's very accessible. I mean, a lot of Roman historians, you got to take what they write with a grain of salt. They may have had, their own kind of political reasons for, casting shade on some of the contemporary or previous emperors that they were writing about. But Suetonius is a lot of fun. So I bought Suetonius's 12 Caesars. I have 4 different copies of the 12 Caesars by Suetonius. I have the Loebs. I have a couple older ones. We'll see as we move down into some other shelves and the Penguin Classics.
But this is one of your top 15 that's going to be coming later in the video. So that'll be down in the description for people if you want to.
Yeah,
we get into that. Yeah,
big fan of Suetonius, and Boethius. I just recently read the Consolation of Philosophy, and loved it. Probably like my favorite, maybe my second favorite philosophy after Meditations by Marcus Aurelius. So, it's funny, like every time I go back to this bookstore, Loganberry, like the collection's, it's still there. It's kind of, narrowing down as other people are buying them. But that actually, I got that Boethius the last time because I had just read the Consolation of Philosophy from the last time I went there. So I was like, oh, Boethius, Consolation of Philosophy. I gotta add that to my Loeb collection.
You can see the title here is in Latin, so it's untranslated, and I think it's with a lot of these. Yeah, we didn't translate them.
Yep. So that's translated from the Latin. But yeah, that's my collection of Loebs as it stands now. Sure to get bigger as I do plan on adding more. I really love Loebs.
Anything on these statues, the Thinker and Avery?
The Thinker. So, I mean, as you will see as we go through shelves, I collect a lot of stuff, a lot of statues, busts. I'll make some of them, as we'll talk about. Again, my study is just my vibe, things I like, things I enjoy. I'm very much not a minimalist. I like to collect things and put them throughout my office. The Thinker is something that it might be the oldest in here, not in age, but in like when I personally bought that. I bought that a long time ago. It's funny, my parents used to kind of have a nickname for me. They used to call me the Thinker because I've always been one to, I kind of live up here a lot and I think a lot. So I think that was just, I saw the Thinker and I was like, oh, yes, my parents call me the Thinker. So I went ahead and bought that for myself. I've had that for a while. That might be the thing in this office that like I would have bought for myself the first. And, there on the other side, you got Honest Abe, one of Abe Lincoln, just, one of my favorite U.S. presidents. So again, I'll buy these statues or whatnot of these figures from history that I admire. So
have you seen the big version of this in Washington, D.C.?
You know what? I am embarrassed to say that have not visited our nation's capital yet in my lifetime. I have not been to Washington. My daughter went there for her 8th grade trip last year. The rest of us, we have not been there, but we were talking I tell my wife, I'm embarrassed I have not been to Washington, D.C. Like we got to get to Washington, D.C. And that will definitely be one of the places I will be stopping to see the actual full life Abe Lincoln statue.
Yeah, I went on a Segway tour and for whatever reason, I can't remember if I don't feel like I ever saw this very up close, but there's also these bundles of sticks here, which I believe is some kind of reference to the Roman Empire or Roman.
Oh wow!
And I think there's some of this in the Oval Office as well. I forget what it means, so I'm sure somebody in the comments can tell us about that. But just something that stuck out to me. So then we're down on the next shelf here.
Yeah. As we move down, we enter the philosophy section of my bookshelves, of which is obviously growing beyond its capacity. I'm an IT and I am somewhat of a structured thinker. Like I always find it interesting how people organize their bookshelves. I am very much like by topic, and then I aspire to do it then alphabetically by author's name. But I think I've gotten more into by topic and then just by size. And kind of moving up. So this is my philosophy section. Again, I've got into philosophy through Stoicism. That was really my first philosophical reading, which I read about 10 years ago, somewhere in that ballpark. And it just, there must have been a philosophy shaped hole somewhere in here or something. I don't know. I enjoy reading philosophy. So you're going to see a lot of, kind of older Roman, definitely you have a lot of the Stoics in there. Marcus Aurelius, Epictetus, you can see here very much this is not alphabetical now. We're, kind of, again, maybe more into like size of what kind of goes together.
I don't see this very often on bookshelves, Discourses on Livy.
I am a very impulsive book buyer. My philosophy is when in doubt, buy the book. So I'm very frequently, that will happen when I go into a place like Loganberry that I described earlier, or Half Price Books. Half Price Books is another great place to go on book hunts because they'll frequently have like an older book section, and you can go there. I mean, vintage books that you can get, like that Emerson's Essays, that blue one, right in the middle there. That one, that was from my last trip to Half Price Books. They had that, and Emerson and Thoreau are a couple of American philosophers, if you will, that I want to read. I have not read yet, but again, when in doubt, buy the book. It was old, it was cool looking, and it was like $8, so I went ahead and bought it to add it to the shelf. That is in the to be read list, but I definitely want to get to Emerson. But you'll see over here along the left, definitely some older ones. The Meditations copy there from Marcus Aurelius. Actually, there's a couple one. There's a few of them there, like over towards the left. Now the Seneca Dialogues and Essays on the far left is strictly there to like make it even, to hold those other books, so they're not like too slanted. Because I do like some sort of, I don't want it to look totally crappy and like all the books are piled up. But right next to Seneca, you have, well, actually, real quick, to go back to Discourses on Living. That was definitely an impulse buy. I've read The Prince by Machiavelli. Discourses on Livy was a suggestion on Twitter/X. I did a post about Roman historians, and I heard a couple of people talk about, Discourses on Livy by Machiavelli. So I went ahead and bought that. So that's another. There's a lot of books to be read that sit on my shelves, and that is one of them.
But you found that you've gotten a lot of good recommendations on Twitter?
Yeah, for sure. I have found Twitter to be, if you're kind of in the right groups and in the right communities, you have some people who are, give very good recommendations.
Could you talk? You actually organized a group. It's at the top of your Twitter account.
Yeah, that's a Stoicism group. So that is the Stoicism Squad that I created on Twitter for people who enjoy and like Stoicism. So I made a Twitter community called the Stoicism Squad for people to go into and nerd out on Stoicism. So that's been fun. But just in the general community, I think if you what you post about, you somewhat become a beacon for like-minded people. And I like philosophy, Stoicism, old books, Roman history. I post on those topics, and you'll get other people who will reply, and you get to know them. And yes, you will get some very good recommendations. We'll get into the latest author I'm really getting into is C.S. Lewis. I would say that's a product of what I've heard from people on Twitter, and read one book by him, and I really loved it. So I'm going down the C.S. Lewis rabbit hole.
Can you describe a little bit more? I think a lot of people aren't familiar with communities on Twitter. So could you describe, so let me just give your username for people on Twitter. You just type in MCGILLMD921. That's Michael's username on Twitter. And then right at the top, you'll see his Stoicism Squad community. But can you just tell people who aren't familiar with what a community is on Twitter, what will happen once they click view on it, and how to, they have to ask to join, and so you have to approve them, and then once they join, how does that change their, how do they actually check in on this, or how do they get notifications when new content gets added to this stream?
Yeah. So I made the Stoicism Squad community probably a few years ago now. It's up to just about 5,000 people. So, the requirements for joining are not very stringent. I do kind of do an approval thing just to weed out what appears to be bot accounts, or accounts that maybe I don't pass the legitimacy kind of gut test a little bit. Other than that, I would just say a Twitter community is, you can kind of, in general on Twitter, there's going to be all kinds of stuff being talked about, and you got to narrow your focus a little bit to find some good stuff. But a community just kind of narrows that focus a little bit more. Like, the community is strictly about Stoicism. So those who would request to join, once they're in that Twitter community, the expectation is that, you just talk about Stoicism. I've had a few people that got through that. As the admin of that community, I can hide posts or delete posts that get put in that aren't on topic. But it's just a space in Twitter to get very focused on talking about Stoicism. There's a lot of different communities. I'm probably in about 5 or 6 different communities on Twitter. And then once you join, I don't know that Twitter does a great job of, helping when something's been posted. You probably just got to go into that community every once in a while based on how much you enjoy being a part of that, to go in and check out what's going on in there. So it's just kind of a niche area in Twitter that people can go to just talk about Stoicism. And I'll do a lot of my posts about Stoicism, so long form content, essays that I write about Stoicism. I'll post them into that community.
So all your posts don't necessarily go into the community. You have to specifically make a post in the community, and then that'll also show up in your public feed, but it's just a subset of all your posting on Twitter.
Yeah, when you post on Twitter, you can select, am I just doing this where everybody can see it, or is this meant for the community? So if I post for the community, it will just be within.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay.
Yeah, it'll just be within the community. Sometimes I'll multi-purpose. I'll put something on my main page and then post it to the community. So the people who are more dedicated to that community, it can be hard on Twitter sometimes to find, like if I were to just post something in my main profile, somebody may not find it depending on how the algorithm serves it up. But if I put it in the community, then, people who are really active members of the community will be in there and be able to see that content.
Yeah. So if you're on your Twitter app, you just go to that bottom bar and you'll see sort of 2 head and shoulders next to each other. That's the community tab. And then once you go in there, there's something at the top that says My Communities.
Right.
And that's where your list of all your communities are. So if you want to check that out, that's how you do it. So, okay. Anything else that I thought these are kind of interesting because they're sort of I haven't seen these before.
Yeah. I'm going to forget the name of the publisher. I feel like I need to Google that real quick, like it's escaping me. That is something I've discovered fairly recently. I almost think it's like a poor man's. Hold on, pulling it up. Like I can't believe I forgot the publisher on that. But they're almost kind of like almost like a poor man's or person's Loeb, in that they will have the original Latin on the preceding page and then the English translation. So it's a collection of books of ancient writers that have been translated to modern English, and just really, really good reads, easily digestible. They're very they're usually pretty well translated and easy to get through. So yeah, it's very similar to Loeb's again, in that it has the Latin on the preceding page. You'll see a lot of different translations of Marcus Aurelius popping up in here. You have my favorite right in the middle there, which is the Hayes translation, with the red spine on it, right there.
And this is one of your top 15, so that in the description, a timestamp for that.
Yeah, that's at the top, near the top of the list. That is my favorite translation of the multiple translations. That's Modern Library Translation. Gregory Hayes, again, is the translator of that, a more modern translation of Meditations, and a very, very good translation. There's Machiavelli again. They're the Prince. So have read The Prince by Machiavelli. You'll see, most of the philosophy tends to be of the old and Roman variety, but, you see the Bhagavad Gita. I have a couple copies of the Bhagavad Gita, which right next door to the red spine Marcus Aurelius Meditations. There you go. You got your mouse over the Gita there. That was recommended to me by a friend, and I love the Bhagavad Gita. Messages very stoic in nature, kind of detachment. We have responsibilities for the action that we take in our lives, but the results of those actions are not up to us. So big fan of the Bhagavad Gita. Plutarch is in here. Definitely a big fan of Plutarch. We'll see Plutarch down in the history section as well. He was a very interesting writer in that he wrote biographies similar to Suetonius, and he also wrote philosophy kind of essays right in the middle there. There we go. Plutarch's essays. Plutarch is good. I enjoy Plutarch. Again, very like the Stoics, very practical. I have a lot of Penguin translations, and we'll see that as we move down some shelves too. I tend to really like Penguin translations of books, and you'll see the beat up spines in here. These are like the functional copy. A lot of times I will, like when we're up in the Loeb section, like there was Boethius up there, but it's the Penguin Boethius that I read that if we were to open that up and flip through the pages, that's where the highlights are going to be. That's where my notes, my notes are going to be. These are kind of these are what I read and I beat up. I kind of say I like Penguin for the readability and translations and Loeb's for the aesthetics a little bit. So you'll see, again, the redundancy. There's a Boethius Penguin, and then I got a Boethius Loeb. We have Cicero both in Penguin and in Loeb. So again, the Penguins are the ones that I tend to be the ones that I actually will read. They're the functional copies that I plow through, that I beat up, that I go back to. And
for Plutarch, are there any essays in particular you like?
Plutarch, there is one that is called On Contentment. A lot of these older, they were like just writing, again, this practical stuff, like practical advice on how to live a happy life. So Plutarch's essays, it's a lot of times with these essay books, what I'll do is I'm reading, and the same with Montaigne, who's over there, his complete essays. That's the big thick one. I am not, for a book like that, and Plutarch, I'm not going to cover it, to go through the complete essays of Michel de Montaigne. I mean, I'm not going to do. I don't know that I have the mental reading stamina to sit there and read over 1,000 pages of Montaigne kind of in one, in one experience there. So what I'll do is I'll in between other books, I'll pick it up and read a few essays, and then I'll put it back down, and then I'll go back to another book. The same with Plutarch. Like in between reading other stuff, I'll pick it up, read a couple of essays, and then go back to it. A lot of the essayists like that I tend to like, they, the books can be a little bit longer. And for me, I need to, kind of might eat it, like eat a little bit, then put it down and go back to it again.
This Folio Society edition.
Yes. Yeah. That thing is just
pretty interesting.
That thing's a beauty. It is again, I will,
is that fully illuminated? Like how much inside is like really colorful?
Yeah, it's definitely got colorful artwork on the inside. I will go on to eBay. You'll get over there like that Marcus Aurelius. There's a couple Marcus Aureliuses to the left. They're a little bit older there. That one you just put, that kind of beige spined one, that I bought that off of eBay, the Classics Club. It's the George Long translation. It's just a beautiful book. And then a little bit further to the left, the brown one, Thought. It's just called Thoughts. Antoninus. So that was one of Marcus Aurelius's. When you go through his long Roman name, Marcus Aurelius Antoninus. So he's often referred to as Antoninus in history, even though there's another emperor named Antoninus. But so that one I thought was just a beautiful copy. You have the Discourses of Epictetus over to the far left. Beautiful copy of a book. I will indulge myself. If there's something I indulge myself with, it is old books. And, I can't sit here and justify, do I need so many different copies of Meditations by Marcus Aurelius? No. I could just have the Gregory Hayes translation, and that's really all I need, and I would be good. I love old books. And the Boethius one, again, that you touched on earlier, that was me going on to eBay and just like searching for Boethius to see if there's any. Then I saw this Folio Society one. I'm just like, yep. Again, when in doubt, buy the book. None of these are like, $5,000, versions from, the 1,500 guy who knows, some really old stuff there, that's not a super old book, that Folio Society, but it's just a beautiful book.
Do you know which publisher is this one, the Discourses?
I would have to pull it down. I don't know off the top of my head. I don't. But again, just another, those kind of ones those books that'll come like in the cases like that. It's just like, they just don't make them like that anymore. I mean, I know they'll do still some publishers will do special editions and stuff, but you go back to these older books and this is just how they made them back then. And they're just beautiful books. Again, over to the left there, you got a couple different Marcus Aurelius meditations. There's that red spined one is Cicero. The ones that are kind of standing out. There's a Cicero there, so more Cicero. The green one next to it, though, obviously I didn't get you some, high enough resolution pictures here. That's Plutarch essays. Moralia was also what Plutarch's essays were. They're like kind of known as the moral essays of Plutarch. They're also called Moralia. So again, just you see what we'll see in some other shelves. Just me getting really cool looking old books just because I love cool looking old books. And if I collect something, that's what I do. That you'll see kind of the parallel kind of stack of books up there. That's you talked about recommendations from Twitter. So G.K. Chesterton. I haven't read that yet, but I've heard a ton of recommendations of people who really like Chesterton. So I went ahead and bought that. And there's just some really it's the thing I think is beautiful about reading or fun about reading is you will just kind of go down rabbit holes and you'll read one book, which will lead you towards another one. So G.K. Chesterton kind of came through Twitter and through reading C.S. Lewis. That's kind of another little branch on the philosophy tree of maybe more modern, not modern like, our times, but, these guys were maybe been early 1900s or so. So Chesterton still is yet to be read, but looking forward to reading that one as I've heard a lot of good things about that.
Yeah. And I think in terms of intellectual history, this book was kind of an important one in terms of in the early 1900s, being sort of a bulwark or a counter argument against the progressing modernism and skepticism.
Yeah.
So it's one of those important ones. What about Imitation of Christ here by Kempis?
So that was, again, this is a node. You read something that hops you to the next node. So there was a translation I got of Meditations, which has this really cool essay about Marcus Aurelius. The author's last name is Arnold. I don't know if I can remember his first name, but he touched on the Imitation of Christ a couple of times when he was talking about Marcus Aurelius. I can't even 100% remember in what context, but it was one of those, oh, cool. Well, now I need to get the Imitation of Christ. Again, when in doubt, buy the book. So I really enjoyed this essay about Marcus Aurelius, which touched on the Imitation of Christ. So I just went ahead and jumped into Amazon while I was reading and just picked up a copy of it too. Again, my shelves are filled with books that still remain to be read. That is also one of them right there.
Is this, what would you say this is your top book on Stoic quotes?
That is actually a book by a friend of mine, Phil Van Truman, who lives here in the Cleveland area as well, and he's an author of Stoic books. So Phil gave me a copy of that book, and I've actually bought a handful more. That's something I gift out to people who are interested in Stoicism because it's a just really great, easy entry into just understanding some basic Stoic principles.
What's his most well-known book?
He's relatively new. This is his third book. He has a couple other books that are kind of more like Stoic fables. There's The Dog That Follows Gladly. So, I mean, he's nice, simple, kind of easy, digestible books about Stoic principles.
Okay. Anything else on this shelf before we go to the next one?
No, I think we've covered that one pretty good. All right, so now we are stepping into Roman history. So I have become, as we'll see as we go through some shelves, I've become very obsessed with Roman history. My interest in Stoicism opened the door into Roman history. And as we will see, I've plunged myself down the rabbit hole. Actually, the book that's the second to the left there about Julian, that's the book I'm currently reading right now. So when I first discovered Roman history, again, in my systemic technology IT guy mind, I learned about it by going through the emperors. The gateway I came into Roman history was through the early Roman Empire. And I learned about it by going through the emperors, and again, went all the way up through the Severan dynasty. And then I went back and learned more about the Republic and all of that. But now I'm jumping back into the empire and going more into the later Roman Empire and Julian and Constantine and some of those emperors from the later Roman Empire. So Julian's what I'm reading about here. But this is, I guess, more of maybe the modern section, more modern authors of Roman history. So, what do we got here? We got the 10 Caesars by Barry Strauss, where he just writes about 10 different Roman emperors. You got Marcus Aurelius, A Life there, which that's again, another to be read book, but actually my wife got that one for me because she knows how much I love Roman history and Stoicism. So I've read probably more than, probably 75% of the books on here. Some of them still to be read. I'll read Justinian coming up soon here by Peter Sarris there on the left, because again, I'm starting to venture down the later Roman Empire part of the very long and expansive 2,000 years of Roman history.
This might be a good place to ask you, there was the meme a couple years ago about men being very interested in the Roman Empire, and I was interested what you thought of that and why it's particularly relevant now in our current political climate of the last, decade, let's say.
Yeah, well, I definitely recall that meme. Like you said, it was a couple years ago about how men think about the Roman Empire every day. As far as the political overtones of that, I'm not much of a political guy, but I know a lot of people will talk about, kind of the fall of the Roman Republic, and are we in that kind of era in American history now? I think it was just a kind of a funny meme on the, women not understanding what it is that guys think about all the time. Before I got into Roman history, I'll be honest, I didn't think about the Roman Empire every day. So I'm sure that not every guy thinks about the Roman Empire every day, but a lot of guys do. And yeah, just in the way that memes sometimes take off, and who knows why that meme went through, but it's kind of 15 minutes of fame.
I didn't get the sense that most people interested in Stoicism were necessarily, if you think of like a Venn diagram,
right?
I never got the sense that everybody interested in Stoicism was also really interested in Roman history. I think that it probably was even a minority that went deeper into the history, because it is a lot that you have to learn.
Yeah. Well, I was into Stoicism. Like I said, I got into Stoicism probably about 10 years ago, and
that's really when it blew up with Ryan Holiday. So
yeah, Ryan Holiday's The Obstacle is the Way. Definitely kind of new Stoicism. Ryan Holiday, I'm grateful to him. It was his book that introduced me to Stoicism, which has been extremely helpful for me. He's launched a million Stoic ships. To your point about people being into Stoicism and not being into Roman history, if you're reading the Stoics, you're living in Roman history a little bit. At least the popular Roman Stoics: Epictetus, Seneca, Marcus Aurelius. Marcus Aurelius was a Roman emperor. Seneca was an advisor to Nero. Epictetus was the teacher of the largest school of Stoicism, and he was exiled by the Emperor Domitian. So they're in Roman history. So, but the first stretch of my time of enjoying Stoicism, I wasn't thinking it through the lens of Roman history. It wasn't until I read a book called Dying Every Day by James Romm that was about Seneca at the court of Nero. That was my entry point into Roman history. I went into that book wanting to learn more about Seneca and came out of it fascinated with Nero, and that's really what plunged me down the rabbit hole of Roman history.
What do you think about Commodus and like Marcus Aurelius being the last of the 5 good emperors?
So So this is where we can open the door and start nerding out for sure about Roman history. Commodus is my least favorite Roman emperor. He was a bad one for sure, but there are a lot of other bad ones you could pick from. You got Nero, you got Caligula, you got Caracalla. Yeah, there's no shortage of bad Roman emperors that were tyrannical and just total evil megalomaniacs. I particularly despise Commodus because he was Marcus Aurelius' son, and he's the guy who kind of puts a bit of a tarnish on the career and the reign of Marcus Aurelius. You can go into some nerdy details about why Marcus chose Commodus to be his heir, even though he didn't end up being a good one. So yes, Commodus is my least favorite Roman emperor, mostly because he tarnished the reputation of Marcus Aurelius, who was his father, and elected Commodus to be his heir, and pretty much brought an end to the Pax Romana and set it off into like the darker phase of Roman history.
Yeah, that's what I thought was always interesting about like how the previous, before Marcus Aurelius, it was an adopted son. There was a whole tradition of having it, like not passing things down.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, the
son.
Yep. So the Antonine dynasty, at least the first part of it, they were known as the five good emperors of Rome. And it was a very brief, glorious time in Roman history where it was peaceful succession from one emperor to the other. Most of the time, someone's getting killed, someone's getting poisoned, someone's getting assassinated is typically how the change of power in Roman history was predominantly very violent. But you had this period of time where they chose their successors through adoption. But again, as
100 AD to like 200 something.
Yeah.
Or 180.
Yeah. In that ballpark there, the five good emperors of Rome, who were part of the Antonine dynasty, of which Commodus was also a member of the Antonine dynasty. But I think the thing to remember in that succession from one emperor to another is that the previous four emperors in the five good emperors of Rome did not have sons that survived into adulthood. So there was not the option of bloodline dynasty, which you'll see in previous Roman dynasties like the Flavians, the Julio-Claudians were all in the same bloodline and everything. So their
hand was forced, and it wasn't necessarily out of the goodness of their heart or a higher wisdom that they chose to do that. It was because they had to.
Yeah, they didn't have sons. And Marcus Aurelius had a son that survived into adulthood. That son, Commodus, became his heir. And if Marcus Aurelius would have chosen somebody else, there probably would have a really good chance that Commodus would have gotten killed in that transition. So, I think for a couple reasons, Marcus chose Commodus, though it didn't end well.
And potentially a civil war or other. I mean, there were so many civil wars throughout Roman history that that was a very serious concern that we maybe don't think about as much.
And a lot of times the armies are going to demand that the son becomes the next heir. So I don't think it's just as easy as, gosh, Marcus should have just adopted somebody else like his predecessors did. His options, but for that weren't there having a son.
Yeah, that's a really, really important point. So just to give people my understanding of the sort of political parallel is that within presidential studies, there's something known as presidentialization and just more and more power getting concentrated in the executive branch and the president specifically, more executive orders and other things. And so it's not just the past 10 years, but it's even going back several decades where it feels like more and more power is going to the president. And so there's sort of a trajectory towards more and more of an empire and having an emperor as opposed to a republic where it's more democratically elected and it's not just a ruler who's sort of President Xi, president forever. Similar things with Putin where you just have the same leader for longer and longer periods of time. So it's not just something in the US, it's a worldwide phenomenon, and it's been decades in the making. So that's and the Roman Empire has influenced a lot of the architecture in Washington, D.C. So when you go to Washington, D.C., it's a lot of neoclassical architecture. And so in a lot of ways, the founding fathers were looking to the Republic to determine what how they were going to structure the government, what mistakes to avoid, how to do the balance of powers to avoid that kind of takeover of an emperor. So that's my opinion of why people are thinking about the Roman Empire in particular, because it's part of our founding history, and it's sort of in many ways the closest template. In a lot of countries that have democracies, they're looking to what the United States is doing. So the U.S. doesn't necessarily look to other democracies for inspiration. They're going back to the Romans and looking at what they did, and also the Greek city-states.
Yeah. No, that's true. Very insightful. Yeah, I'd say on this shelf, there's, again, you see some of older books down here.
Will Durant here.
Yeah, that was actually from my latest trip to Half Price Books. That was in the Roman history section, and I've heard a lot about Will Durant.
This is part of a really famous
series,
Story of Civilization.
Yep. So I thought that would look like an interesting book to add to the collection. So that has been added there. I think really kind of one book that's interesting on here, which I'll touch on as we go down, the Robert Harris Cicero trilogy in the middle there. So of all the Roman history that I've read, and I have some others, and we'll touch on them in some other shelves, is the fictional history. There's a lot of books in this fictional history that happened during Roman times. It's just fictional books about actual people from Roman history. And there's some other ones, Claudius, Memoirs of Hadrian. I have them on later shelves. But there's just these really kind of cool, interesting, almost like it's fiction, but the characters were all actual characters, and the events are based on actual historical events. And this is one of those that I got because I've really just fallen in love with the historical fiction genre in Roman history, and that's been a really good read.
So, with these kind of fictional works, to what extent are they hewing pretty closely to the historical facts? Are they trying to illuminate characters who maybe didn't get a lot of attention and trying to flesh out what their life might have been like? Or
I almost think of it as like paint by numbers.
Okay.
The history kind of gives the outline, and then the author will kind of paint in there and kind of, it's definitely embellishing, going into, non-historical factors, characters, people that, you would have never known whether, what events might have actually happened. So the history kind of gives the framework that then the author will create within. And, again, some of them varying from work to work. Some of them feel much more true to the history. Again, it'll be the characters and the events, but kind of the inner workings of the characters and how they're thinking through these things and their motives and all of that. Are the part where the author has more kind of liberty to create within there.
What about this classical Roman reader?
Yeah, that's cool. That's just a collection. I have a couple of them. I have another little bit of an older one too, I think on a lower shelf. It's just a collection of, it's going to be Seneca, Cicero, Cato the Elder, just it's a collection of different Roman writers. Just thought it was a cool book. That one came from Loganberry. Again, if I just see a book I just love the vibe of, I love the content of it, I've picked that up. That one I've actually read. I've read it from cover to cover. I picked it up and I'll read. Pliny the Younger is in there. Some of his letters to Trajan. So it's just a collection of different Roman writers.
And these kind of readers are really helpful for just getting a sense of who are the most important authors in any kind of genre you're studying. So
yeah, it's a great collection of ancient Roman writers.
What about this historical atlas? That looks interesting.
Yeah, that was that also was a Loganberry book that I got from the Loganberry bookstore. Just a cool kind of atlas. And we'll go through the history of Rome and, kind of from the kingdom to the republic to the empire. And just it'll show the maps and an atlas of how Rome expanded all the way up through, 117 AD under Trajan, when it was kind of at its the largest geographical kind of borders of the Roman Empire. So it just goes through Roman history kind of as an atlas and through maps. Just kind of a fun little view into, kind of to look at Roman history through.
This is a really famous book. I've not seen this edition before that looks sort of big.
Yeah. So I have, that's another, we'll see kind of my favorite part of my book collection is an older version of The Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire by Gibbon, who he's very famous for writing the history of the decline and fall of the Roman Empire. And that is just like an illustrated, kind of as you go through Gibbon's work, again, maps and pictures and all that more illustrated version of the figures from history that Gibbon was writing about.
Here's another folio society.
Yes, this is a Guide to the Good Life. I'm sorry, On the Good Life. Just another beautiful book that you open up. It's kind of folio society. They just make beautiful copies of books. So beautiful book. I added to the collection. Yeah, we had the Boethius one on there.
I grow old.
Yeah.
Anything else on here?
No, that's just more of the kind of the little more, for the most part, more contemporary works on Roman history.
Okay.
All right. So this is, I love this shelf. This is all my older, older you can define, or older. There's another folio society of the 12 Caesars by Suetonius. Right there. That again, there's a lot of just beautiful publishings of books of Roman history that when in doubt, I buy it. I would say you got Commodus there. I've not read that yet. I saw the movie. That's kind of about Nero and the early Christians and the persecution of the Christians by Nero.
What does that mean, Quo Vadis?
Where are you going? It's where are you going?
So what's the big idea?
So again, I have not read the book.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, by seeing the movie again, it's a great movie. Peter Ustinov does an incredible portrayal of Nero in it. But again, it's the story of Nero is famous, notorious, whatever, for persecuting the early Christians, and it's a story along those lines of Nero and his persecution of the early Christians. But it's on the to be read, another on the to be read list. I got some Virgils over there. Again, just more of these kind of beautiful copies of the Aeneid by Virgil, the Georgics. One of those, when I see a really cool old Roman history type related book, I just buy it. And this is the shelf I've tried to consolidate my favorites on. Another older copy of The Lives of the 12 Caesars, an illustrated copy. That one's like from 1940 something, I think. Again, just a really cool book. I just love old books, old cool looking books. And this shelf, the highlight, Argus books. I don't know if I have anything else by Argus. I don't know if I have anything else that was published by Argus. It's just a big honking cool copy with really cool illustrations inside of it of the 12 Caesars by Suetonius. As you go over to the right, you'll get, so there's a 12. So we talked about the history of the decline and fall of the Roman Empire by Edward Gibbon. So that is a 12-volume set. And, when you go kind of book hunting and you're interested in Roman history, there are a lot of different sets of the history of the decline and fall of the Roman Empire. There's 4-volume sets, there's 7-volume sets. It just, however, the different publishers have organized this very, this huge volumes that Gibbon wrote about Roman history. This was again from that bookstore I like a lot called Loganberry, and it's from 1819. It is, the oldest book or set of books in my book collection. It's definitely a little bit worse for the wear. As you can see, it's a little bit beat up and it's really even hard to read the spines. This was again, I'm a very lucky guy. My wife was really cool. She knows what I'm into. We were at the bookstore And I saw this, and when I first saw it, I was like, oh my God, I gotta have it. Like, this is just too cool. I gotta have it. And then my practical nature took over. This wasn't like hugely expensive, but it wasn't an impulse buy, you know. It was like, it was a couple $100. And I was like, I don't need to spend a couple $100 on it. So I wasn't going to get it. And my wife will kind of do what she'll do sometimes. She just kind of went to the person at the bookstore and said, we'll take this. And we went ahead and bought it. Or I think it was around my birthday time or something. So we got that. But it is, again, for people who love older books, they'll understand the vibe. It's just such a vibe. I just love it sitting. I'm looking over here at it right now.
So you ever worried about damaging it by reading it or opening up?
Well, you got to be careful, as you can see from the last one down there. It's fragile. I don't like. This again. A lot of times these older books. This is not how I'm going to consume.
Yeah,
History of the Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire by Gibbon. I have a Penguin copy of it. We'll see in the bookshelf. The Penguins are practical, easy, good translations, easy to read. I'm not going to crack this bad boy open. It is there. I guess we'll call it as much for the design and decoration of just having it and just kind of feeling this aura of this like 200-year-old book sitting on my shelf. And it's just, again, I love older books, and that's probably well, for sure, those are the oldest books that I own, and definitely centerpiece of my book collection for sure. And then the set next to it of Plutarch's Lives. We talked about Plutarch earlier. That is a beautiful 2-volume set of Plutarch's Lives. So Plutarch, we talked about him a little bit through the lens of being an essayist, philosopher. He was also a biographer, a very famous biographer. He wrote what were called parallel lives, where he will compare a Greek life to a Roman life. So, he'll kind of compare a famous Greek to a famous Roman. And I'm going to stumble a bit through the Greeks because I'm not as much a fan of the Greek history as I am of Roman history. And I've read the Roman lives from Plutarch, but like the late, a lot of through the late Roman Republic, you have the life of Caesar in there. You're going to have the life of Pompey in there, the life of Cato the Younger. You're going to have the life of Cicero. So Plutarch just writes these biographies of these famous figures from Greek and Roman history. And the one thing that I love about old books is just the smell of old. Like, they just have this smell, musty, whatever you want to call it, but it's just this incredible smell. And that set of Plutarch's Lives just has the best old book smell of any books that I've ever bought, and they're beautiful. Again, this is how they used to do it back then. I don't know. They're just beautiful books. Another set of books that came from someone's previous library. Again, I don't mind at all when like the nameplate is in there or the signs of the previous owners are in there. It just feels like not only is it history, but like I'm part of the history of this book, and it went through these people, and now here it sits on my shelves, and who knows who will be the next owners of these books. But just a lot of great history. A good translation of Plutarch. I've read a couple of the lives out of those, and just really great old books.
I just want to, before we go to the next shelf, for people wondering, this this series was published originally between 1776 and 1789.
Yeah.
So that's right at the very beginning of the United States.
Yeah. Like while the American Revolutionary War was going on, Gibbon was over in England writing about, kind of the fall, how the decline and fall of the Roman Empire.
Okay. So we can go to the next shelf.
All right. So this is really kind of a smattering. I'll start with, so we talked about Roman history, kind of like the, fictional. So you have a stretch of books there from Memoirs of Hadrian, probably would start with I, Claudius first. So I, Claudius by Robert Graves, which your mouse is just on top of right there. Yep, I, Claudius. So I, Claudius and Claudius the God are a 2-book series about a fictional history about the Roman Emperor Claudius. And again, I discovered this book. I stumbled on this, and it is so good. So as I said, when I first got into Roman history, I just went Roman Emperor by Roman Emperor, looking for books about it. And I had been through, I'd learned about Augustus and Tiberius and Caligula, and I was looking for a book on Claudius. And I just went on to Amazon and looked for Claudius, and I found I, Claudius, which is probably, I would say probably, it's my favorite Roman history themed book. So it is, as we talked earlier about fictional Roman history books, it is the life of Claudius, but you learn about all the Julio-Claudians. So the Julio-Claudian dynasty, that was the first dynasty of Rome, starting with Augustus, who was the first emperor. And you just see this. So Robert Graves also wrote the Penguin translation of the 12 Caesars by Suetonius. So he translated Suetonius. So he knows his stuff. And then he writes this book through the eye. It's a fictional memoir. It's as if Claudius is writing the book. So this is Claudius writing his memoir, he's writing about Augustus and Tiberius and Caligula. And it's actually funny too. Like it's a really good book, a humorous book, a very enjoyable read. Love I, Claudius. Huge fan of that book. Then Claudius the God was the second one. So I, Claudius kind of takes you through the life of Claudius up until he became Roman emperor. And then Claudius the God goes from the time he was Roman emperor until he died. And then Nero comes into the scene at the very end. Nero was who succeeded Claudius.
And that was part of the tradition of a lot of the emperors, right? Where they would actually deify themselves.
Yes, deify themselves. Caligula definitely deified himself, or get deified shortly after they died. And a lot of times their successor, to kind of cement them as an emperor, would deify their predecessor, which started, kind of with Caesar. Augustus, Julius Caesar got deified. Then Augustus becomes the first emperor after that. He becomes deified. And not every emperor would get. Some of the bad ones who were kind of disposed of may not have been deified, but Claudius was one that was deified after.
And the Aeneid was sort of a form of that as well.
Yeah. So the I, Claudius, very good. Claudius the God, okay, good, but definitely I, Claudius, like classic. Highly recommend that to anybody who's interested in Roman history. It's just a fun way to learn about the Julio-Claudian dynasty, and just a really well-written book. Then you have Memoirs of Hadrian. Probably butcher her last name. I don't know if I've ever actually heard it said, but Marguerite Yourcenar, French author. Again, very similar to I, Claudius, in that it is, what's cool about Memoirs of Hadrian is that it is Hadrian writing his memoirs, but he's writing them to Marcus Aurelius, which is pretty cool. Just that lens of looking at kind of how the author approached that. So again, it is it's actual events from history, actual figures from Roman history, but just looking at it through the lens of Hadrian writing his own personal memoirs. So that was also a book I really enjoyed. And then the one I read most recently, you kind of have two, which will be the one I read most recently and the one I'm going to read next, a little bit to the right there, John Williams' Augustus. That was very interesting in that it was like written in the form of letters from Augustus's contemporaries. So you have like a letter for that, it's kind of these fictional letters. So Williams is writing in these kind of different voices. So from Marcus Agrippa, Julius Caesar, other contemporaries of Augustus, kind of the story of Augustus becoming emperor through these series of letters and memoirs that these people from Augustus's contemporaries would have written. all the way up to the very last chapter, and it is Augustus himself kind of writing that of all the events that were kind of covered earlier on in the book, then Augustus writing a letter to someone. So it's just a really unique format, but it was just really gripping. I think I've read most of that. I went to a conference recently for work, and I just read that book on the flight there and back. I was out to the West Coast, so it was quite a bit of flying for me from Cleveland, but I just plowed through that book. It was really, really good. And then Gord Vidal's Julian is what I'm going to read next. So I'm reading an actual historical book about the Emperor Julian the Apostate. He was, after Constantine made Christianity like the official religion of the Roman Empire, Julian tried to kind of bring back the pagan gods, and it didn't end up working out for him. But I've heard really good things about Julian by Gore Vidal. So actually, once I finish up this book, I'm reading about Julian, actual historical account of his reign. I'm going to read that one. So I'm looking forward to diving into my favorite genre again. And then you got just again over here. So actually Rubicon by Tom Holland was after I read that book, Dying Every Day, and I wanted to learn more about Roman history. This was the book that I happened to read next. So that's just the story of Julius Caesar, who obviously is the most well-known figure from Roman history. Really good. Holland's a really good author. Good author. Maybe if you're not into history, it doesn't seem like it would be interesting. But
can you just very quickly, the subtitle here is The Last Years of the Roman Empire. Can you just explain to people like the famous saying of crossing the Rubicon and like?
Yeah. So, yes, crossing the Rubicon. So I'm trying to not get too deep into maybe what the detail of that is. So there was a time where, Caesar was in Gaul with his army kind of conquering Gaul.
Modern day France, basically.
Yeah, modern day France. And, the kind of other senators and consuls back in Rome were telling him he needed to disband his army. And Caesar made the decision to cross the Rubicon with his armies, which kind of basically a phrase for you going past the point of no return. He crossed the Rubicon and he marched on Rome, and he cemented his place in history at that point of kind of becoming the kind of the man that we all know Caesar to be as kind of the very decisive leader. And it really what started the Roman civil wars. So, Caesar was off with his legions in Gaul, modern day France, expanding and doing what Romans did best, expanding Rome. And then he turned and marched back on Rome. And that started the Roman civil wars, and what ultimately culminated in the end of the Roman Republic at the Battle of Actium. Oh boy, like I said, I won't try to nerd out too much, but kind of that Caesar crossing the Rubicon set a series of civil wars that ultimately brought the fall of the Roman Republic, brought the end of the Roman Republic and the beginning of the Roman Empire, with Augustus as the first Roman emperor, who was kind of the last man standing after a series of civil wars that were kicked off when Julius Caesar crossed the Rubicon. Very fascinating period in Roman history. The late Roman Republic, you got a lot of people in that time. You got Caesar, you got Mark Antony, you got Cicero, you got Pompey the Great. You just got very, very dense, kind of pound for pound, like just very dense with important historical figures in the late Roman Republic. Cleopatra is in the story there. Octavian, who
Shakespeare took a lot of inspiration from this period as well.
Yes, and from Plutarch's lives, about the lives of these figures from the late Roman Republic inspired a lot of the works of Shakespeare. So it's just a great, and Tom Holland's a really good author. So yeah, it's a contemporary book about that period of Roman history that I feel is a really good book. Holland just, this kind of, my appetite was whet on it. Then I read the Rubicon, and I'm like, okay, I'm like, yep, you're pulling me more into this. It's Roman history is fascinating. And it's just such a long period. It's 2,000 years from the Roman kingdom up through the Byzantine Empire. It's just a long, rich history. And it's, fascinating from beginning to end. Just a lot of fascinating characters and events going on throughout Roman history. So you get more Penguin over there to the right, for sure. A lot of the Polybius, Appian, Gibbon. There's a condensed version.
The Gallic Wars here, that kind of fits into right before what we were talking about.
Yeah. Caesar's Gaul. So we talked about Caesar being in Gaul. So Caesar, and this was a really cool thing so you see again, you have the same book next to each other right there at the end. You have Caesar's Gallic Wars by Oxford. And then you got another one from Modern Library, the one on the right, the Modern Library one. Again, a cool old book. And
this is back, I guess, when they still numbered them.
Yeah. So again, it's just a really cool old book. So I bought it. But yeah, and one thing I did not realize was kind of cool is that Caesar was a writer as well. Like he wrote. So this is actually Caesar's writings about the Gallic War when he was fighting, his conquest.
And didn't he keep a book? Didn't he keep the Iliad under his pillow or something? I forget what the exact story.
Yeah, Tiffany, I'm sure. I'm not sure if I have heard that, but I wouldn't be surprised as, kind of you'll see that Napoleon read Caesar's works. I mean, I think, the generals will read, kind of works of generals that preceded them. So this is the, kind of my ancient Roman authors. You got, Pliny the Younger in there. You got some Augustan history in there, the lives of the later Caesars. You got Sallust in there. So, that's the kind of ancient Roman historian section there. And given
this, I saw this one on the far right.
Yeah, that's another one. We talked about the classical Roman reader, and I'm leaning over here to my right here because that's where my bookshelf is. That was just man, I wish whoever put the C22 on there, I really wish they didn't.
Yeah.
But that was like about a $4 book in an antique store I was in. So it's very similar to that classical Roman reader in that it's just a collection of different, Roman authors.
So do you want to jump to the next?
Yeah. Okay. So now you're getting into, now we're out of, this is my previous reading phase, which was very much, I've gone through for quite a few years of, reading, professional development books. You're going to have books about Stoicism in here. You're going to have, this is kind of my best of, professional, personal development and books about Stoicism. So, gosh, I mean,
what was this one, The Inner Citadel?
Yeah, that's by Pierre Hadot, and he's a French author. It is about meditations by Marcus Aurelius. So it's a book about meditations and goes deep into the themes that Marcus Aurelius writes about in Meditations. So you're definitely seeing Stoicism books in here. You're seeing some other stuff. I'm going to go Awareness by Anthony DeMello. We're going over to the left there. DeMello, beautiful writer. I'm also very much into mindfulness. I've been practicing mindfulness meditation for about, a decade or so now.
Do you have a daily practice or anything?
I would say nearly daily, which is still just I will do in the morning, kind of a couple things I'll do in the morning. I have on the days that I am working from home, and most every morning I will do this to start my day. Cause I'm usually starting from here, and then a few days I still go into the office, but I'll do just a quick 5-minute, just sitting and breathing meditation. And then at lunchtime, I'll do a 10-minute guided meditation. I still like guided meditations with the Waking Up app from Sam Harris. So I'll do some just, nothing too heavy of a lift. I'm not doing transcendental meditation or anything, sitting for an hour or anything like that. Just very practical. And, DeMello writes a lot about that awareness, being present. He's a
famous book by Drucker here, The Effective.
Yeah. That is Drucker's like the OG of, kind of executive leadership and books. So yeah, you can see that one's pretty beat up. I've read that a while back, and I definitely will refer back to that one, or for kind of my professional life. You got Siddhartha by Hermann Hesse there. Again, another kind of varying of my taste, but again, a really good book. Yeah, and you see a little bit. We'll get to my C.S. Lewis collection. There's a couple of Lewis books in there. That Lewis is my my latest reading obsession. So there's a couple. Actually, the first book I read by Lewis, Present Concerns, there, which is more of a collection of essays that he wrote. That's kind of what started me down a C.S. Lewis rabbit hole that I know I'm still in the early stages of. I've got a lot more C.S. Lewis to read.
Abolition of Man is very important, and it's I don't know if we talked about it previously. I know we talked about in one of the other tours about just different understandings of human nature and what humans are and what differentiates them from other animals and other things. And so abolition of man is sort of this idea of what are we, how are we changing our understanding of man, and what kind of deleterious effects does that have?
Yeah. I've read that one. That's got probably right about. I'm finishing up Mere Christianity right now, which is another C.S. Lewis book, and we'll see when we get to one of my overflow shelf. I have a collection of Lewis books I bought recently. I just bought The Weight of Glory, so like I'm in the kind of when in doubt buy the book with C.S. Lewis right now. And somebody,
what did you think of Mere Christianity?
I enjoy it. I'm Catholic by upbringing, and I would kind of say that for most of my adult life, I've kind of been walking the hallways, as Lewis would put it, of meaning like still, believe in God, still consider myself I guess I would have said a spiritual person, but I feel like Mere Christianity is kind of welcoming me back to my roots a little bit of Catholicism, which maybe is getting a little bit deep, but it may end up being one of the most important books I've ever read.
And a key thing about C.S. Lewis is that he was an atheist, and then he found his way to Christianity. And so he's an important, almost sort of like St. Augustine's Confessions in a way, where he started as a pagan, or I forget exactly what his previous Manichaeanism, I think, which has these dualities to it. But both of them are sort of stories of these great Christian thinkers who started out somewhere else, and that having that life experience of sort of both sides of the coin gives them a sort of, you could say, a more profound understanding of things.
Yeah, and I think it's important for me. It was important for me, kind of, maybe my journey is somewhat similar to Lewis, and that I would never consider myself an atheist, but kind of I feel like I'm finding my way back to kind of my roots of the religion I was raised in, and Lewis is helping me along that journey, kind of come back, and just reading an author that I respect and feel is very intelligent, kind of talk about Christianity. It works for my brain. So I'm really enjoying C.S. Lewis. It's just a beautiful, brilliant writer. I write a little bit. It's part of what I do. I'll write about Stoicism and Roman history, and I post on X. And I have, post on Medium, and I have a newsletter and all of that.
You talk a little bit about your is it a weekly thing with your newsletter? Or?
Yeah. I have, kind of keep going with all these kind of S alliterations, but I have a newsletter I've been sending out for a while now called the Stay Stoic newsletter. So that goes out weekly, and
that's your main link on your Twitter profile. So in the description also.
Yep. On my Twitter profile, I have a link to it. I've just really, over the last 5 or 6 years, really through the pandemic, I started writing, And it's just kind of maybe the next evolutionary phase of having been a consumer for so long. And there was so much I had consumed. I felt like there were my own things I needed to say about Stoicism in particular. And again, I'll write about Roman history. I just posted a thread today about the year of the 4 Roman emperors. So I enjoy writing. And once you read somebody like C.S. Lewis, you just like realize like how bad you are. Like there's never, ever. He is just, like you'll get the Ciceros, the Senecas, and obviously countless other authors that are just like, wow.
I think that's another reason for the meme is that you look at these men and their writings and just like they're head and shoulders above anybody today. So they really set an example and a high watermark.
Yeah. I think it's like golf. I mean, you could probably sit at home and watch like a professional golfing tour. Yeah, it don't look like that hard. You pull out your club and knock a ball around. I mean, but if you go out and golf, it's hard. And when you see somebody who does it really, and you can just for anything, if you paint, and you just whatever, like when you see somebody who's like just truly like uniquely gifted and talented at it, you just can just throw your hands up and say, wow, you learn to admire it a little bit more. And Lewis is just my most recent example. He writes beautifully. Oh, there's still Van Truren again. We talked about this book earlier. Yeah, those are a couple other books that he's written.
A Dog Who Follows Gladly, and The Stock Horse and the Stable Cat.
Yes, just almost like fables about Stoic principles. The dog who follows gladly. It's like just a fable. Stoics write a lot about acceptance and accepting things that happen in your life. So it's a fable on that. So yeah, Phil's a really good writer.
Here's a guitar book. Can you talk briefly about your different guitars?
Yeah. So one of them right here over my shoulder, that's my Epiphone Hummingbird guitar. So probably when I was around 23, 24, 20, I don't know, in my early 20s, I always wanted to learn how to play the guitar. And I went out to a local music store after I got my tax return and I bought a guitar. Probably what I learned in the first 2 years after buying that guitar is where I stopped in my talent as a guitarist. I can pick it up and strum away on like G chord, C chord, D chord, A chord. I know the chords and I could pick it up and strum along and everything. I never committed myself to getting good at it or really good at it. So it is, again, part of like a lot of other things in my office. It's a collection of things I love. And this particular guitar here, the Epiphone Hummingbird style, I've always loved. And you can get a really expensive, you get a Gibson Epiphone or Gibson Hummingbird guitar and pay probably a few $1,000 for it. Or you get a few $100 Epiphone Hummingbird. It's just the Hummingbird, it's just the style of the guitar pick, the inlays on the frets and stuff like that. It's just a really beautiful guitar. So,
I noticed this one had to think like a Roman emperor.
Yeah, Donald Robertson, along with Ryan Holiday, one of your more famous modern Stoics, who's written a lot about Stoicism. Great author. That is really, again, kind of about meditations, about the life of Marcus Aurelius. Again, kind of a different way to kind of learn about the principles of Stoicism. Donald did a good job with that book. That's a good book.
What about the Stoic Challenge?
Yeah. So the two books there, William Irvine, first the one on the left, The Guide to the Good Life, the gray spined one. That was the first book I read about Stoicism. So when I first read The Obstacle is the Way, which isn't really entirely a book about Stoicism, it's about kind of a Stoic principle. I found my way into A Guide to the Good Life, and I'm not even 100% sure how I discovered it, but I'm glad I did. Anybody who asks me about Stoicism, where to get started, I always point to A Guide to the Good Life by William Irvine. Just a really great book. Like, here you go. You're going to get this quick, easy read, and it's going to get you off to the races with Stoicism. Who are the major Stoics? What were their principles? How can you start practicing Stoicism in your life? Just a really good book about Stoicism. If you're wanting to start your Stoic journey, that is a great place to start. I even recommend reading that like before you would read Marcus Aurelius or Seneca or Epictetus. It's just going to set the stage very nicely for you to like kind of go into those books with, kind of a little bit of like a tour guide of kind of like, well, here's the main things you're going to see once you go on that journey. And it just really points some stuff out for you. Really good book.
Okay. Anything else on this shelf before we?
No, I think so my overflow shelf. So what you have here, these are my fiction books. So again, and a lot of these, as I'm shifting books around, are the best of the best, as I've had to thin the herd. Maybe not having enough bookshelves has been good in some ways, that it's forced me to thin the herd a little bit and, take some books back to half-price books that, maybe I just had on the shelf, but didn't hold any particular meaning to me.
Maybe we should start with the C.S. Lewis.
Yeah. So again, I read Present Concerns by C.S. Lewis, and I was like, yep, okay, I like this dude. And so I went, said, well, let me find some more stuff by him. And, went on Amazon, and they had this, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 book collection. Again, once I know I like something, it's just like you're going to want to read more of it. Yeah. So I read The Four Loves, The Grief Observed. You see a duplicate there of Abolition of Man, which I had read. Actually, I'd read Present Concerns and the Abolition of Man, and that's when I knew I wanted to read more. So I got this 8-book set. And since then, I've read The Four Loves, A Grief Observed. A Grief Observed is really a beautiful reflection. After C.S. Lewis's wife died, he wrote about the grief that he felt and just the beautiful way that only C.S. Lewis could write about it. Just really touching. And I've lost loved ones. Actually, the picture you showed earlier that shows the top of this shelf. There you go. So up top there is that's my Memento Mori shelf. That is to the far left is a picture of me, much younger, with more hair, and my dad, who passed away in 2004. And then the picture next to that would be 3 generations there, a little bit of myself, again, with more hair. My son, Trevor, who's now a 17-year-old kid who's taller than I am. He's a big dude. And my father-in-law, and that's his pipe, my father-in-law's pipe in front of it. And actually, you can't see it in this picture, but I have my dad's dog tags in front of his picture. But I guess where I'm going at with this, and then to the right, that's in my mom. Me and my mom at my wedding. My mom passed away a couple years ago. And then I will not go too deep down this rabbit hole, but I'm adopted. And this was actually a half sister of mine that I later came to know. Her name was Pam, and she passed away from ovarian cancer. So it's me and my son and my daughter when they were littler than they are today, with a half sister that I ended up discovered me later in life, and she passed away from ovarian cancer. But it was really cool. I got to know her for a couple years before she passed. So these are just kind of a shelf of loved ones who have passed, but kind of taking that back to C.S. Lewis. Like, I've experienced grief. We all will experience grief in our lives. It's a natural part of the human experience, but it's just C.S. Lewis writing about it. It's just beautiful. And he just like expresses the grief he feels. And a really good author will just take, kind of write on the things you meant, just understand more primordially or emotionally. And then they put words to it. And you're like, yes, that describes how I felt after my father passed away. Or after somebody I loved passed away. So he's writing in Grief Observed about his wife, who passed away in normal, beautiful C.S. Lewis style. So I'm reading Mere Christianity now, Screwtape Letters. I've heard a bunch of good stuff about. I read The Four Loves. So yeah, I just love C.S. Lewis. He's just a really, really, really good author.
And The Four Loves draws a lot on ancient Greek philosophy and their understanding of different types of love, which in the English language, we sort of collapse into the one word love. But you have eros, you have philia. So eros is the romantic, passionate. Philia is the friendship. Storge is the affection, familiarity. And then agape is the unconditional, selfless, sort of highest level of love. Yeah, it's a good one.
Yeah, C.S. Lewis is really good. So what you're seeing then along there is really, this would be my greatest hits of fiction books that I've read. I've read a lot more, but this guy, like I said earlier, maybe something good about not having unlimited bookshelves is that in some, and it kind of forces you to kind of trim the fat and say what's left is books that are really important to me or books that I just really enjoyed a lot. So you're going to have my John Fante collection there, my Charles Bukowski collection, which kind of went through a phase of just really enjoying these kind of gritty, raw authors, but Fans Notes by Exley, Confederacy of Dunces by Toole. It just kind of, from, I'd say from that post Bukowski to the left, that Charles Bukowski Post Office, which is my favorite Bukowski book, is that kind of that. Just some
We're talking more about Bukowski later on in your top 15.
Yep. He's definitely Post Office by Bukowski is one of my favorites. So good stuff there. And then, you're getting just other really books I just have really enjoyed. Definitely enjoyed Bradbury. One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, definitely one of the great fiction books of all time. There's more Bradbury there, Martian Chronicles. I was a reader ever since I was a kid. Reading is just always something that's come natural to me. And I remember just being engrossed with the Martian Chronicles when I was a kid, like in 4th grade or something. I don't know, just reading the Martian Chronicles.
And here's Thoreau, who's one of the, we looked at Emerson earlier, the American Transcendentalists. Very important, early, mid-1800s.
Yep, you got Catch-22 by Heller there, another really good book. Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, On the Road by Kerouac, The Road by Cormac McCarthy.
That's another one of your top 15.
Yep, I will talk about Little Big. That bad boy is beat up. I have read that book several times. Really good book, 2001. Yeah, I like that old fantasy, science fiction. That was like my first genre of books that I loved as a kid. Richard Russo, really good stuff. Little Big Man by Thomas Berger. That's a really great book. So this is, just my favorite history books. Actually, a friend of mine, Joby Hughes. I have some books by friends of mine. Sean O'Neill there. He was a guy I know who wrote. So I have some books from just people that I've known personally. And it's just my fictional books that are kind of, that's what remains of my fiction collection, which would have made up most of my a good chunk of my shelves previously. And then this is really kind of this is definitely my overflow section here. So we can talk a little bit up here. So Sir Thomas Malory, Le Morte d'Arthur. I've recently gotten into chivalry and the Arthurian legend. So I got into chivalry through a essay by C.S. Lewis on the necessity of chivalry, and it's in Present Concerns. So that first collection of essays I read by Lewis called Present Concerns on the Necessity of Chivalry, where he just talks about chivalry, but not like through the lens of like, oh yeah, I'm going to hold the door open for this person or be polite, but more of kind of like the, I don't know, true chivalry, which means being magnanimous, being great, but being humble as well, and being cheerful, cheerfully serve people and all that. So, I kind of went down that rabbit hole a little bit, and I bought Le Morte d'Arthur, and I have not read that. That's kind of one of those really kind of cool, beautiful, more modern publications of it. I read another one, kind of a collection of King Arthur and the tales of the Knights of the Round Table, which actually isn't on here because my son borrowed it and he's reading it. So that's pretty cool. So it's in his room somewhere. But really I've kind of gotten a little bit into the Arthurian legend, and I definitely intend to read that, to dive deeper into the Arthurian legend and just the tales of the chivalry of the Knights of the Round Table. Just really cool stuff. Mm-hmm. And these just a lot of this is my to be read section. This is just a collection of a bunch of books that I intend to read. Again, I will be, as I said, I'm a little bit impulsive when I hear somebody recommend a book, and I'll buy it. and it ends up on a shelf that doesn't really fit anywhere else in any of my stuff. So it's just these are my overflows of books I want to read, and then another kind of older books that I don't have room for on the other shelf. Little Journeys by Albert Hubbard.
What about the FBI story?
But just the reason I have that still is because it is that was given to me by a friend, and it's signed by J. Edgar Hoover. So I thought it was kind of cool back in the day. It's signed by J. Edgar Hoover. I'll not probably, I can say definitively I'll never read it, but it's just an older book that's signed by J. Edgar Hoover. So I thought it was pretty cool. And, kind of, again, some random older books that I just don't know where the heck else to put.
What's the big idea with this one, the real business of IT?
So I am by profession in IT, and I'm a CIO. So that is just a kind of I would say, professional development book strictly for kind of more geared towards IT and being a leader in IT. So that is in my to be read section to keep sharpening the saw of my skills as a CIO.
Harvard Business Review Press.
Yeah.
Okay. So now I want to spend a little bit of time talking about one of your other things that you do, which is the 3D printing of these busts.
Yeah, this picture would probably be a good place to start with that. So 3D printing. So I am, as I just said, I'm in IT, and I'm somewhat proudly a bit of a nerd, and I let my nerd flag fly. I am into kind of more, kind of any new technology, I'll get into it, and my hobbies will kind of be around that. So 3D printing was cool for me. It started, my son and I have been talking about wanting to get a 3D printer. So my son, he's like my buddy in this stuff. We do drones together, VR headsets. We're always kind of exploring some new nerdy type technology stuff going on. And I was away at a conference once, and I came home, and he had bought this Ender 3D printer. And it's like, okay, cool. This is the next thing we're going to do. We're going to figure out how to do 3D printing. And so we put this 3D printer together, and 3D printing is very much a tinkerer's hobby in that you really got to figure it out. Like it's funny. You buy this 3D printer and you put it together, and you're like in the instruction book about to put it together. You're like, okay, now what? Like you have like no idea what to do next. You have then you go on YouTube and you start watching videos. Like, oh, okay, we have to download some models. We have to slice them. You put them on the 3D printer, and then you print them out. So once I figured out how to do, my son and I, we figured out how to do 3D printing. And I figured out the websites you can go to download models and stuff like that. The next thing is that's where kind of my Stoicism and Roman history came into play. I was like, oh, I got to figure out how to print statues of philosophers and Roman emperors. So, found some models of them. Right here we got Septimius Severus, the founder of the Severan dynasty. Really cool models. Some of these are really cool. And they're all based on actual busts, sculptures of Roman emperors that you will find in museums. And just models have been made of them that you can 3D print. So we got Marcus Aurelius here. And, it's funny. So I ended up starting what we're seeing here, some pictures from my Etsy store. So I figured out how to print these things just for my own general, I wanted to have statues of philosophers and Roman emperors on my bookshelves. Because as we know, as I mentioned, I like just collecting this stuff. And I thought it would be cool to have some of these statues on my shelves. And I posted a picture of the Marcus Aurelius statue that I made on Twitter. And somebody was like, oh, where can I buy one? And I was like, I don't know. I just printed this for myself, but it kind of sparked an idea of oh, there's other people that like this stuff too. So the next thing we did is we kind of started a little family business, okay, let's figure out how we could make, set up a shop and print 3D busts of emperors and, philosophers and sell them to folks who would like to have one of their own. So, me and my kids, we did this little family business. So I actually was sitting here in this chair with my daughter we're like putting together a P&L. Like, okay, how much would we have to sell it for to make a little bit of money off it? You know, how much does it cost for the filament? How much is it going to cost for the box? How much is it going to cost for the postage and shipping costs and everything to send it out? And, you know, we brought up a little spreadsheet, a little profit and loss statement to figure out what we would need to sell it for. And so, you know, we came up, I think, with $29.99 to help cover the cost of shipping and the time and the materials and all of that.
So this is the filament. It's literally a string.
Yeah, it's a string of plastic filament that goes down and then goes through that kind of that nozzle there where you see the little right there, which will heat it up and melt it. And then the print head moves back and forth across the X, Y, and Z axis as that platform that Marcus is sitting on will slide back at, you know, kind of the X and Y axis. And then the print head rises. So the bed moves, and then that print actually, the nozzle there has the fan on it next to that QR. Yep, right there where you had your mouse.
So these vertical rails, that's the only way that it moves, and then the tray,
and then the bed
is the
bed moves back and forth. Yep. So the bed will move back and forth, and then the print head will
move side to side as well.
Move side to side and up. So it'll kind of it starts at the bottom, and it just takes about 12 hours to print that bust of Marcus Aurelius, at least on my model of 3D printer that I have.
Is it pretty loud or?
No, it's pretty quiet. That one, actually, I'm on a different model now that's even a little bit quieter than that one was. So yeah, there's Caligula.
He looks pretty young here.
Yeah, Caligula was pretty young as a Roman emperor. So yeah,
there's an older guy, Cicero.
There's Cicero. So yeah, these are pictures. I think you got them off. Some of them look like they're, probably look like they're off my Etsy shop.
Did you do these photos yourself?
Yeah.
I mean, they look really good.
Yeah, thanks. It's just my iPhone, just using the portrait mode, which will kind of blur the background for you. So
I would recommend just check out his Etsy store and look at all these photos, because the photos are really, you sort of can't stop clicking through them. So I originally asked Michael, hey, can we get some photos? And then I started looking through all his photos, and I just couldn't stop. Here's your famous, here's the books we were talking about earlier.
And that's the Roman Pantheon, a replica.
Did you have any trouble with these really thin columns?
Well, no, they're okay. I mean, you learn over time, that, there's some cases where you have to, in your settings, when you're kind of creating the model you're going to print, you have to do what are called supports to support the structure as it's building. But no, that model does good on its own. It does a good job with those little pillars.
So what is this?
That is the Pantheon. So that is a very famous structure in Rome. If you went to Rome today, it survives still. The Roman Pantheon, originally built by Marcus Agrippa and later restored by the Emperor Hadrian. So it is, just a famous structure that, a temple to the gods back in the day.
So what would go on inside here?
Oh gosh. I mean, well, again, it still survives today. I mean, it's a huge tourist site, but back then it was built in homage to the Roman gods, and I don't know, it was used.
So it's like a temple.
Yeah,
and there were religious ceremonies.
Yeah. And so if you go back, I think earlier, Timothy, you have a full picture of the bookshelves that has all of the stuff on it.
Nice.
So you'll see how I have that. So my philosophy section has my favorite philosophers from Zeno to Cicero, Seneca, Plutarch, Epictetus, and Marcus Aurelius. So, I kind of keep my favorite philosophers on my philosopher shelf. It all feels a little nerdy and very impractical because they do get in the way when you try to pull your books out. These would be the Julio Claudians. Those brass ones on the ends, I bought those myself on Etsy. I didn't make those myself. Those are ones I bought, but you have the Julio Claudians there, from Augustus to Tiberius, Caligula, Claudius, Nero. So that's the Julio Claudian dynasty. I feel like I'm in the 1% of Roman history nerd here for sure. We talked about the Antonine dynasty earlier. These are the 5 good emperors of Rome: Nerva to Trajan to Hadrian, Antoninus, Marcus Aurelius. Again, Marcus shows up twice. Philosopher Marcus Aurelius and Roman Emperor Marcus Aurelius. So those are the 5 good emperors of Rome there. So again, uber nerdy. Oh yeah, that's right. Then I did the Flavians. So this is that's Vespasian, Titus, and Domitian, the Flavian dynasty.
And they all have the military guard.
Yeah, that's cool. Some of the details, some of the models they're nice in the detail. And a lot of how the Roman emperors kind of were sculpted back in the day, and they're kind of all the way going back to Julius Caesar, same thing. And that brass Caesar bust up there.
This is breastplate is very sort of iconic. They've got different things imprinted on them.
Gods imprinted on them. If you go all the way back up to that top shelf had that brass Julius Caesar, going back to him, same thing on his breastplate, very ornate.
If anybody knows in the comments what face that is, that came up before in one of the other library tours, I think.
What's cool, if you go to the other end, so that standing bust of Augustus, that's called Augustus of Prima Porta, a very well-known sculpture of Augustus. Yeah, there he is as well. This one was like a picture I put on Twitter of my favorite Roman history historians. His breastplate is very ornate too, and actually a little geeky fact in the middle there. They feel that the historians believe that's actually Tiberius getting the Roman standards back that were lost in battle previously. So yeah,
the Roman standard was a standard in military, in sort of ancient and even Civil War military they would carry a flag, or they'd carry a special sort of symbol.
Yep. So the Romans would have that kind of pole with like the golden with the eagles, like the eagles were typically the standards. And if those got captured in battle, like, whoa, it was like really bad, and you had to go back and try and get them.
And you can imagine like a general on a hill looking at all his troops, and he sort of knows if a particular unit has fallen, if its standard has fallen.
Right. Yeah.
So what's the deal with the baby?
That is, God, we may have to do that in the comments request. That is a gown that's meant to be Cupid. Doesn't sound right. It might be Cupid. It is I should know this, and I'm just not recollecting it at the moment. That is just a god, Roman god in there. Everything has some sort of purpose in there.
Okay, so.
Yeah, so
you also notice that there's sort of 2 different materials. It seems to be a pure white material, and then there seems to be the speckled.
Yeah, that's marble. So typically, the 2 color options I have in my shop are white or marble. My particular vibe, and when we looked at my shelf, I like philosophers in white, and I like Roman emperors in marble. Is just how I've printed them myself. Just for whatever reason, philosophers feel like they should be done in white, and the emperor's more in marble. But everything I sell in my Etsy shop, you can like pick whether you want it in white or marble.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. So yeah, that right there, that shelf is here's Mike McGill's nerdy, passions in one snapshot. Like,
can people get this whole set? Can they just buy all of them or buy?
So the difference on the Etsy shop, sometimes, so when you print models, you find, I have not gone so far as to like figure out how to design my own 3D models. I know how to print them. I know where to find them. And some of them are marked to be okay for resale. And so those are the ones I'll do I sell on my Etsy shop, and other ones are only meant for kind of private, your own personal, you can print it yourself, but you can't resell it. So not everything here is available on my shops. A lot of them are, but some of them that would not be available in the Etsy shop. Like a lot of those Antonines there in the middle, Yeah, actually the second one down, like a lot of those, like a few of them are like that Antoninus one, second from the right. That's available in my shop. It just all depends at the model I find and download, whether it's marked for resale or not.
Okay. All right. So yeah, we'll have a link to the Etsy store down below. Are there any final thoughts you want to leave people with before we wrap up?
I don't know other than, I've really enjoyed getting a chance to kind of walk through my shelves and, kind of watching you go through the similar kind of journey with other folks. It's again, it's my life can be viewed through my bookshelves, and just kind of my journey in life is can be followed through the books I'm into, and just how valuable they are to me. And I think that people who really love books, you can see that and how they kind of display them, organize them, have stories about them. It's
Maybe you could actually just talk a little bit more about like how you've passed down some of your business knowledge or entrepreneurial thinking to your kids with that. I meant to follow up with that, and then we got into the 3D stuff so much. But any other thoughts on that side of it, of like helping them think in terms of P&L and other aspects of just marketing and creating a sort of a tiny business?
I would say that definitely my son, it's like my children, my son is the practical one and my daughter's the creative one. So, my son, he was more like, we figure out how to do the printing together. We like figure out, we're building the printer, operations, right? And the marketing and all of that is like more my daughter. And she's like, will give me ideas of, oh, you should put this person on the shop. Oh, you should do like Renaissance painters because people would like that. So when you go on, if you go into my Etsy shop, it's not just Roman history and Stoics. It's to spread it out to other kind of figures from antiquity. And a lot of that is like my daughter's creativity and suggestions of what we should add to the shop. My wife runs the boxes up to the post office for me. So it's just, I'm not going to be retiring from my job as a CIO anytime soon because of this. It's just a fun little family business that everyone's kind of contributed into. And we all love when we get a little kind of notification that another sale is made on Etsy. And we all kind of jump into action and play our part in getting the orders taken care of. So just a fun little family business that we do together.
And there's some great pictures of people. That's one of the cool things about Etsy is people will share photos of the product they bought. So you can see there's a feed on your store profile, and anybody who, watches this video and then wants to go share a photo, that'd be cool to.
Yeah. And they'll post them on X/Twitter too. People will buy one and then they'll put in a picture of it sitting on their bookshelf. And so people like you and me, Timothy, like we can appreciate what it means for somebody, their bookshelf, and for someone who truly loves books, what their bookshelf means to them. And then to see like a 3D statue that like me and my family created sitting on their bookshelf, I just like get a charge out of that. It's just really cool that, that something that, I created will kind of help embellish their bookshelf a little bit more. And
I think it's so tough. I think part of what makes it hard for young people to get into the ancient philosophers and writers is just visualizing what they look like.
Yeah.
And busts can be extremely expensive. And even though they could be reproduced and made pretty cheaply, for whatever reason, they almost never have. So I think you're also doing something really important in terms of just making these 3D visualizations available to people at a price that anybody can afford. And it just does so much to make this stuff accessible to people who, want to get their kids into it, or just to remember who these people are and be able to visualize them and not just be sort of these people where you never put a face to the name and you're just reading this, these tomes and you never have a sense of who they are. This really brings them to life.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's what the kind of sculpture does and always has done is, kind of, carries that on, kind of, again, gives you something that you can anchor back to the great people from the past. And, even though, you pick one of them up, they're light, they're printed from PLA plastic, but sitting on the shelf, it is just kind of a nice little kind of reminder, just brings it to life a little bit more. When I look on the shelf, it's not just books. I'm like looking at actual philosophers and Roman emperors. And for me, as you can see why I have so many of them on there, I just really love that. I love just, again, looking to the shelf and saying, all right, these are the busts of these great thinkers that I admire and I love to read. These are the emperors that I'm fascinated by and love reading about their lives and the history of them. So it just adds something to the bookshelves for me to have these statues on it.
Yeah. All right. Well, I think that's a good place to wrap up. So, Michael, thanks a lot for sharing your library. And the whole bus thing was a bonus that I didn't even know when I first reached out to you. And it's just a really cool thing that you've got going on. So yeah, thanks again. And everybody, please let us know in the comments what you think, any questions or comments you have. And definitely follow Michael on his social accounts. All the links to his stuff will be in the description. And we look forward to seeing what y'all think in the comments.
Thanks so much for inviting me to talk about my books with you, Timothy. It's been a blast.
Okay, so in this section, we're going to be taking a look at Michael's study and doing a little tour of the study and how it's organized, sort of a home office, but also more than that. And so I wanted to ask Michael about how he came to this over time, how he's designed his study. So maybe, Michael, we could just go frame by frame and you could talk about what we're looking at here, and then we'll go to the other 3 images.
Yeah. So study is a word I like to use, probably just because, as we know from talking about books, I like old stuff. And I always love the idea of just having a room that just is filled with books and filled with statues and paintings and pictures, and just kind of like this connotation that you get when you hear the word study, of like leather bound chair with a smoking jacket, smoking a pipe and all of that. So who knows, probably the more modern term would be my home office. So, this is where I'm sitting at right now, and the computer and monitors that I'm looking at right now, and standing desk, because I like to try and stand up every once in a while instead of sitting down. During the pandemic, this room, actually the room that I'm in right now and in the pictures, this was my daughter's nursery way back in the day. And as things kind of got shifted around, it just became a spare room. And then when the pandemic hit, I kind of took it over as when we all worked from home. And some of this stuff was in here. I think like the bookshelf was in here. There would have been a lot of different books on there, but this is just really, this is kind of my space filled with things that I love.
Are you from Cleveland originally?
Yes, I'm Cleveland, and I'm in Cleveland right now as recorded. Cleveland, born and raised, and still live with my family in Cleveland, Ohio. So
what are we looking at right here, and what's the waterfront that we're looking at?
Yeah, so that would be Lake Erie. That's the aerial view of the city of Cleveland, which is on the Great Lake Erie. And so that's just an aerial view of the skyline of Cleveland against Lake Erie.
Is this facing north or?
Yes, that would be facing north. Lake Erie is, to the north of us. And then if you kept swimming across the lake there, you'd hit Canada.
Nice.
Yeah. So that's Cleveland.
What stadium is that right there?
That right there is it's now Progressive Field. Probably in that picture was Jacobs Field, but that's where the Cleveland Guardians play at. And the Cleveland Cavaliers play right next to them there in what is now Quicken Loans Arena. Yep, in that building right there.
And this is like a river, or what?
Cuyahoga River. So Cleveland is built on the Cuyahoga River, which comes in from Lake Erie. Cleveland is a little bit of a unfavorable maybe reputation. The Cuyahoga River once caught on fire back in the 70s or something like that. And, you have a local brewery called Burning River or something from that history.
What's this is the tallest building?
Yeah, that would be the Key Center. The one right in front of it is kind of the most historical building. The pointy one right in front of that's the Terminal Tower. Or
That
back
was known for anything in
well, the Terminal Tower, back in the day when you kind of like Grand Central Station in New York, where kind of like all the subways and trains and everything would have come into the terminal there,
Hmm.
Terminal Tower. So I also have a picture of it right here behind me. I have an old on my video here. Yeah, there you go. More Cleveland stuff. The Guardians of Traffic on the left, kind of a popular structure. That's what the Cleveland Guardians are named after now, our baseball team. They used to be Cleveland Indians, but they changed their name from that to the.
This is where the exhaust comes out from the subway?
No, that's actually on Detroit Road that goes over the Cuyahoga River. These are like just pillars that are on the sides of the bridge that goes over the river.
We have something like that
in statues.
Yeah, we have something like that in Boston, and it's sort of like a obelisk kind of thing.
Yeah, it's like Art Deco stuff, like
it's really cool. You know what this reminds me of is those YouTube shorts where they have like the AI generated stuff, and it's like giants building the pyramids and stuff.
That stuff, it's like, I like old stuff. I mean, that's why, kind of in the city of Cleveland, like that's old stuff. That's like, they don't do stuff like that anymore. And even the Terminal Tower, that picture next to it, like they don't make buildings like that Art Deco. Like I love the Chrysler building in New York. Like it's just that Art Deco style. Like they just don't make stuff like that anymore.
Could you explain this a little more, the history of it? Because I may have missed a little bit of that.
I don't know that I could speak too much to the history on it. So again, there's one of our kind of main roads in Cleveland called Detroit Avenue, goes over the Cuyahoga River, and there's 4 guardians of traffic. And I don't know if you can see it in that black and white aerial photo. I don't know if that has it in it, but it's just a bridge that goes over the Cuyahoga River, where on either side of the bridge, both directions you go, there'll be 2 guardians of traffic as you're driving what would probably be to the west. And then as you're driving the other direction, the east, there's another set of guardians of traffic. And they're kind of holding trucks, and they're holding a car. They're like these were the guardians of the traffic that would go over that bridge over the river.
Is the bridge visible in either of the big photos?
Old art. No, I don't think. I'm trying to get my bearings there. I don't know if it is in that picture.
Is there anything else you want to point out? I was noticing this building also looks kind of unusual.
Yeah, that's the Justice Center. That's just a modern,
and
a normal building. It's not a hugely impressive skyline, but it's home.
Yeah, it looks like you've got a ThinkPad here. Is that right?
That's my Lenovo. That's my work computer. That's where
Which model of ThinkPad do you have? Because I use a ThinkPad also.
T14, I think, is the
T14
model we're using.
So you've got the 3 displays.
Yeah, got my displays. Got my the little Roman history back there. That's Hadrian's Wall. That kind of cool picture with the northern lights over it. The actual monitors, the display.
Oh,
my wallpaper. That's a little Roman history going on there.
Yeah, could you explain that all?
Yeah, it's called the Sycamore Gap. So Hadrian's Wall in Britain. So back in the time of Hadrian, he kind of delineated where the Roman Empire ended, about halfway up into Britain, with Hadrian's Wall, pretty popular structure from antiquity. And this is known as the Sycamore Gap. That's kind of the sycamore tree that grows in this area along Hadrian's Wall. I just thought it was a really cool picture with the Aurora Borealis behind it.
Hadrian's Wall is sort of the closest you get to like the Great Wall of China in the UK.
Yeah.
So people still go visit it, and it's really cool.
Yeah. That's the history. The Emperor Hadrian kind of built this wall. Hadrian was very much about kind of managing the empire and kind of clearly delineating, all right, this is the extent of the Roman Empire, and putting a wall there to delineate the southern part of Britain, which would have England, which would have been would have been part of the Roman Empire back in those days.
I've got a little factoid here. So its purpose was defense to protect the Roman province of Britannia from raids by northern tribes, particularly the Picts, Picts, from Caledonia, modern Scotland.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's my wallpaper. Even got a little Roman history going on there. So I mean, that's that's the perspective of that's kind of again that's the exactly what I'm sitting in front of right now, talking to you, with my bookshelf off to my right over here.
Anything else before we go to the next slide?
Not really anything too much of particular interest on that wall there.
Okay. You've got your humidor here. You were talking earlier about.
Oh yeah, I do. I do. I know the dangers of it, and I don't try to overindulge. Actually, I used to be a smoker back in the day. Quit smoking in 2008, New Year's of 2008.
What did you smoke usually?
No, I'm a whole decade off. So it was New Year's of 1998 that I quit smoking. I was a Marlboro man. I smoked Marlboro Reds back in the day.
Nice.
But yeah, I quit smoking cigarettes a long time ago, and maybe about over the last 6, 7, 8 years, I've gotten into smoking the occasional weekend cigar. So that's my humidor with my cigars down there. And my latest smoking adventure are the pipes that you see right above that.
Do you connect it all, quitting smoking, with you're sort of picking up Stoicism?
No. I quit smoking again, that was 1998. So that was.
Oh yeah, that was a while. Okay.
That was before the Stoic journey would have started. I enjoy a cigar and an occasional pipe in moderation.
What kind of tobacco do you put in the pipe?
I'm still so just the local tobacco place where I get my cigars at. They also have a collection of different tobacco. I don't even know if they're brand name. They just have different pipe tobaccos. So I think of particular interest on that shelf. We talked about Memento Mori earlier, the 4 picture frames there. So to the far left is my father, who passed away in 2004. That's
right here. You're on the right and he's on the left.
Yep. Okay. Yep. And there's me back when I had hair. That's me and my father in my backyard. You'll even see the Memento Mori sticker right below the picture frame. Actually, his dog tags from when he was in the military right there. Yeah.
What service was he in?
He was in the Army.
Okay.
Yep. And then to the right, I guess, of that.
And people can get this sticker on your Etsy store, right?
No, that's not from my store. I got that from another Etsy store before I opened up my own Etsy store, but I thought that was a cool sticker. The Memento Mori. So that picture there, that's me. That's 3 generations. That's my wife's dad, Alex. Great guy. Was very fortunate to have him as my father-in-law. Loved him. And that's me and my son, who's now going to be 18 here in a couple weeks, back when he was a little guy. And that is my father-in-law's pipe below that. And then to the right of that was me and my mom. My dad passed away in 2004 actually about a month before I started dating my wife. So my dad did not get a chance to meet his daughter-in-law or his grandchildren. That is me and my mom on my wedding day at, doing the father or the mother-son dance, and hanging over the end of that picture frame in the upper right is her watch. And then lastly, the one next to it over there, that's me I'm adopted, and I'm not going to go down this rabbit hole too far because there's a whole other story. This is a sister of mine that I discovered later in life. She actually discovered me, a half sister of mine, Pam, who I got to know and got the opportunity to know her for a couple years before she passed away from ovarian cancer. That was actually at an ovarian cancer, like 5K run walk thing. That's the blue shirt she's wearing. And me and my son, Trevor, and my daughter, Katie, are with Aunt Pam, who through kind of a really cool, again, like I'm open to these weird twists and turns in life. And I ended up discovering a half sister later on who got to spend a couple years with her before she passed away from ovarian cancer. So, that shelf, that's my Memento Mori shelf. And it's back to that kind of what I learned through Stoicism. And
it makes me think of Steve Jobs, because he had that thing of Memento Mori each day with looking in the mirror.
Yeah. Yeah, it again through Marcus Aurelius, through Seneca, Epictetus, there is a lot of reflecting on your death and a lot of really cool quotes. You come to learn it's a very joyful exercise. I don't the shelf is like right over here, my perspective to my right, and it's a bit of a shrine to the people that I loved in my life, and a reminder that one day I'm going to be a picture on my kid's shelf, and I got to enjoy it for the brief time that I'm here, and I was very blessed to have had these people in my life.
You talk about these three; these look like early scientific.
Yeah. One of my many nerdy things that you see kind of throughout my office here is I like kind of old scientific-y type gadgets. That's just the one on the left there in front of that Cleveland Browns clock. That's just an old hourglass that I found in an antique store. Really cool stuff. The one in the middle, that's not anything old scientific. That's just like a diffuser. Like I like to like throw some frankincense like scent or
cool.
something like kind of like that kind of stuff. And then the one to the right, it's called a Sputnik weather station. Not a good picture of it, but again, a really kind of cool Cold War era scientific gadget that'll like show you all different kinds of weather stuff, temperature, barometer, like all this other kind of stuff. It's just kind of cool.
So you pour oil in this, and then
you put water in it with some drops of like frankincense or cedar wood or kind of whatever the heck. And I just again I like the vibe of like having like what Marcus Aurelius would have like had, the incense he would have had burning in his tent while he
I wasn't familiar with that. Could you talk a little bit about that tradition, or like Marcus Aurelius burning incense?
Yeah, I mean, I think, I don't know if I could speak to it in terms of what the actual kind of history of that would have been more than what I picture in my mind. But,
Yeah.
Certainly back in those days, kind of maybe how incense carries over us to us today, like the old fashioned air fresheners, they were going to burning some stuff to, make the air smell good. And, I think frankincense may have been one of those. And so I'll drop some oil. I'll drop some frankincense drops in there and kind of get that smell going in my office here.
Could you talk about the items on this table here?
So I'm Catholic, born, raised, still a Catholic. I am a guy who just likes weird, esoteric, cool looking stuff. So, on the front left there, it's a Tibetan prayer wheel. I don't practice any kind of Tibetan praying or anything. I just thought it was a really cool gadget. Like the thing that you do is like, apparently from what I was told is like you spin it, like that's part of the prayer. Like you spin that, like it's actually almost like a top, it'll spin.
So you turn it upside down, and it's like a dreidel almost?
No. It's just like that. Like on that little pointy thing on top, you would just grab it and it'll spin. And I think you were like, while it spun, you were supposed to pray or something. I don't know. I thought it was cool looking. It was like we were in an antique shop and I thought it was cool looking. And I went ahead and bought it. It's just like my vibe of just weird esoteric stuff I like to have in my office.
So where is the axis, or what is it spinning?
It's like on a spindle there. It's again, it was
Something you can't really see if there's a spin.
Yeah, the resolution isn't high enough. But it's like sitting on like a spindle, and you would spin it and it would, it spins around.
Okay.
Then you just got other old weird stuff I found in antique stores. We'll do that. I like going into like old, again, I like old stuff. So you got like a little Buddha on there. Again, that maybe touches back on my my enjoyment of mindfulness meditation. Again, I'm not Buddhist. I don't, associate or kind of identify as a Buddhist. I just think it's kind of cool. And it is a good little mindfulness reminder for me when I see that. To be in the moment. You got like a pharaoh or something back there. Again, just another cool looking thing that I found in an antique store. The thing that is the coolest down here that I love the most are the two little Lego figures right over the shoulder of the Buddha sitting on. That's like, also I bought that block at an Etsy store. That's like a meditations, like it's a 6-sided thing that has like different pictures of Marcus Aurelius and meditations on it. But the little Lego figures were a gift from my son because he knew his dad likes Roman history stuff. So he went on eBay or something and bought me like a Centurion and a Julius Caesar Lego figure. So that's awesome. Probably everything on that shelf there, that's the coolest thing to me.
cool. Anything down here?
That's just from our vacations. That's like I'll buy myself a little cheap souvenir.
What is this Marcus Aurelius? Or?
That is Marcus Aurelius. That was a gift from my wife. I got a very cool wife, a very awesome wife who knows her husband loves Stoicism. So that was like a Christmas gift or some one year. That thing is a beast. It's heavy. I don't even know that I honestly could hang it on the wall. So that's why I put it there. It's like, it weighs probably about 25 pounds or something.
Yeah. Okay. Then you've got some cigar.
Yeah, just some cigar. Again, that's there's some cigar stuff there because I like smoking my cigars. There's my reflection. I'm taking the picture.
Do you ever smoke while you're reading or?
Out in the garage? Honestly, my wife is cool. I would never smoke a cigar here in the office like that. Yeah, we don't smoke in the house. She was cool. Like, she told me, like, she'd be all right with me smoking the pipe, but I think because her dad smoked the pipe, like, she told me if I wanted to smoke a pipe in the office, I could, but I'm like, that thing pumps out so much smoke. It would be so smoky in here.
Yeah.
So if I smoke when I read, which I do, it'll be more like out on the back patio when the weather's nice. It ain't happening. Now we're already in the thick of winter here in Cleveland, Ohio. So, yeah. Well, if I do smoke when I'm reading, it will be outside. School of Athens by Raphael. Just a cool, I love the picture. I love the vibe. It's philosophers. You got, Plato and Aristotle in the middle there. And kind of, you get all the cool kind of, balance. Again, I can't speak to the the artistic history side of it, but it's very cool. And over in the very far left, you can see his green hood, right? Oh, you just had your hand over him. If you go down a little bit to the left of that pillar with the green hood on, right there, that's Zeno, the founder of the school of the philosophy of Stoicism. Right there. Again, the resolution high enough, that kind of dude with the green hood there, that's Zeno. So in this painting, you have philosophers. I have all these kind of different philosophers, mathematicians, all this from Greece. School of Athens by Raphael. Just love that painting. Think it's a really cool painting.
Yeah, and the central two guys here are Plato on the left here, and then Aristotle on the right.
Yep.
Plato is pointing upwards, which represents his idealism and sort of the world of forms, whereas Aristotle represents realism, empirical thought, and sort of the here and now. So that central dichotomy between those two is the central focus.
Yeah. Great painting. So got me a print of that to throw on the wall. This one, it's Roman and it's cool looking. It's like something to do with like the different areas of Rome and the trees. I should have probably brushed up on this a little bit and refreshed my memory. I bought this just because I thought it was really cool looking, and it has to do with Roman history. I'm looking over at it right now. You won't be able to see the resolution, but if you zoom in on it, I think you see different branches of
maybe different schools of thought.
No, not schools of thought. They're geographical areas of Rome or something.
Yeah.
This was bought simply on vibes alone. I just thought it looked really super cool. So I bought it. It's in a lot of cases, like the Tibetan prayer wheel. Again, it just fits the vibe. Mm-hmm. So I'll buy it.
I meant to ask you, what is this statue?
Again, another, just like the look of it. Maybe like a Buddha, another Buddha.
Yeah, it looked like, I thought it was a Buddha. Yeah. If anybody knows in the comments. So we've got more guardians here.
Yeah, more guardians. So again, this space is my space of the whole house. My wife has the rest of the house. My kids have their bedrooms. This is Dad's space. The pillows there are a little bit of a compromise with my wife because my wife can't let a chair or couch or anything go without a pillow on it. And she was like coming in here and throwing pillows on here. You'll see the one gray one over there to the right, I should say. I'm like, well, if you're gonna put pillows in here, at least let me put like pillows, like cool pillows and stuff I like in here. So that's why we have the Guardian's pillow, and behind that is like the 4 Stoics. So it's a Stoic.
What does that say? What's the text on it?
I am the Stoic of the 21st century or something like that. I don't know. It has the 4, has Zeno, the founder of Stoicism, then the other 3 guys we talked about, Seneca, Epictetus, and Marcus Aurelius on it.
I noticed you had a guitar, or actually 2 guitars in the background of your video. Could you talk a little bit about your?
Yeah. You make if you're looking at my video over here, that's the camera you're seeing there. Over my right shoulder here is my Epiphone Hummingbird guitar. I play very little bit of guitar. I bought my first guitar back when I was about 25 or something like that, and I learned how to play a handful of chords, and that's pretty much where I got stuck, and I can still play a handful of chords. I just love guitars. I love it's a lot of aesthetic in here, just me creating my space of stuff I love. So I've had guitars over the years, a handful of guitars. It's actually the most recent one I bought. I always wanted a Hummingbird. I think they're just a beautiful guitar. You have a Gibson, I believe, Hummingbird, and you'll get it's over $1,000. I'm not going to spend that much on a guitar because I'm not that good at playing it. The Epiphone Hummingbird was a few $100, and they had one at the Guitar Center one day, because we'll go, if there's a Guitar Center, I'll go in and pick up the guitars and play the handful of chords that I know, because I just love guitars. And that one, I said, yeah, I got to have that. So that's my Epiphone Hummingbird guitar.
So we've got some more.
Yeah, you got some more. So you got 2 Stoicism things up there. That's my wife, knowing that her husband loves Stoicism. So you got a Marcus Aurelius quote. And you always got to watch with Marcus Aurelius quotes. Once you know Marcus Aurelius, there's a lot of Marcus Aurelius quotes or stuff that'll get attributed to him, thrown around, that are maybe watered down versions. Yeah, Marcus says something along those lines about the quality of your life is, about how you think and all that. Very Stoic kind of philosophy. Again, internal versus external quality of our thoughts kind of are going to dictate how happy our life is. Right below it, you have another Marcus quote, watch the courses of the stars and see yourself running with them. It's the one above that one.
Oh, sorry. Oh, it's going along.
You can't really read it. Again, resolution's not that hard, or not that high to see it, but it's like a Marcus Aurelius quote about seeing yourself running with the courses of the stars. Another kind of vibe type thing. It's really kind of cool looking picture with the Marcus Aurelius quote in it. So that's
sort of like a weather vane.
A little bit, yeah. It's, again, I'm going to look back over my shoulder here at it over here. It's just again, cool looking. I like the vibe of it. That is the Irish blessing. I was actually, a friend of mine went to Ireland and brought that back for me. So thought that was cool. That still hangs up on my wall.
Could you read it? Or is it too difficult?
Yeah. May the road rise to meet you. May the winds always be at your back. May the sun shine. I kind of know it. May the sun shine on your face and fall soft upon. Yeah, it's, again, the resolutions. And may God hold you in the hollow of his hand. It's like a Irish blessing prayer. And that was what I was mentioning earlier, and about the window I get to look out of and see the trees and observe the change of the season and everything. Kind of cool little thing. And I got, as we'll see maybe in other pictures, lots of busts. That was actually a failed 3D print job that I turned into a little plant stand to, make lemonade out of lemons. So
who is this?
That's Augustus, first emperor of Rome. We got an Epictetus statue back there. My man Epictetus. Again, I think I got that on Etsy, just saw it, and I was like, oh, well, here, hon, or here, I'll say, here's Santa Claus, which is my wife, and I'll give her my list, and I say, this would be kind of cool to have. So she snagged that for me. You got probably the coolest thing or most meaningful thing on this is my son likes to do Lego sets, and my son and I will kind of do some of that nerdy stuff together, like 3D printing and flying drones and all that kind of stuff. So I bought this. So he bought a Lego set, and then I bought this one of the solar system, or just at least the Earth rotating around the sun. It actually got a little handle. You can turn it and it'll rotate around and everything like a little orrery. So that is just a Lego set I built with my son.
And so Epictetus had a limp, and that's why he has this crutch.
Yep. Epictetus was a slave who became a very famous teacher of Stoicism after he was freed. But, kind of the story is that his when he was a slave, his master did something and ended up breaking his leg, and then he was lame.
Yeah, what I have here is, according to tradition, his master treated him cruelly. One story, possibly apocryphal, recounts that Epaphroditus twisted Epictetus's leg when Epictetus calmly remarked that the leg would break if he continued. It eventually did, leaving him permanently disabled.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or Stoic way to go about somebody breaking a leg.
Almost sort of taunting his master to keep going. So, okay.
Then you got the family stuff up in the upper right there. My wife and I's honeymoon on Hawaii, the top one there. And then just pictures of us for the years in a frame below it. Family stuff. I got a great wife.
Nice. So
again, it's just a bunch of stuff that I like, some people, I'm definitely not a minimalist. I like having my space just filled with a bunch of stuff that I love and means something to me.
So when you're reading, do you usually read in here? Do you sit at your computer chair? Do you lay down on the sofa?
Yeah, when I'm reading in the office, I'll be sitting on that sofa there. I read all over the house, but 3 spaces I read is either going to be here on that couch in bed, because I read a lot before when I go in bed at night, I'll read before I go to sleep. And then my chair down in the family room is kind of my 3 main reading spots in the house.
Do you ever take notes when you're reading, or is it always marginalia?
It would be marginalia. I mean, I'm highlighting, and then if something jumps out at me, like I connect the dot to something else. Like I think earlier I showed an example of a Marcus Aurelius quote that I wrote amorphati next to. I might take little annotations that I'll write down inside of the margins, but not like having a notebook with me. That'll come later when I transcribe everything into Evernote.
Do you know what brand the desk is?
It is a Veridesk.
Vera?
I think VARI.
Oh.
And that's like a standing desk, like a little in the lower right-hand corner. They have like the different settings. Like you hit the number and then it'll go to standing mode, and then I'll stand up for a while.
And what kind of chair do you use?
Oh God, I don't know. Whatever.
Nothing special.
This max.
Yeah.
And then it'll get beat up after a while. We toss it and get another one.
Yeah. Right now we're going to be getting into Michael's top 10, 15 books. And so, Michael, why don't you show us what your first book is?
Yes. So I am going to go through my favorite books, almost kind of through my evolutionary journey as a reader. Very early on, I guess maybe a little bit of background about kind of myself as a reader. I've always been a very voracious reader ever since I was a kid. I've always loved reading. And very early on in my reading journey was very much fiction, particularly a lot of fantasy books, a lot of science fiction books. So, my journey as a reader started out very much through fiction. And so my first favorite book I want to talk about is a book called Little Big by John Crowley. It is probably a not very well-known fantasy book, but just an incredibly rich book as far as how Crowley was able to create this universe that you can just get lost in. And I think maybe that was part of the love of fantasy, was just whatever, this kind of, it really just sparks your imagination and takes you away into another world, whether it's Tolkien or whether it's C.S. Lewis and Narnia or whatever your kind of favorite fantasy might book. If you're into that genre, Crowley just creates this incredible universe. And this book was I think what's really cool to me is how books find you, or you find them, or however you want to put it. This book, I remember I was a teenager, maybe a little bit in my later teens, and my sister had a bookshelf in her bedroom. And when I didn't have anything to read, and I was just looking for something to read. So I went to my sister's bookshelf. I pulled whatever it's like fantasy. So I was like, oh, this looks good. I'll give this book a shot. And and I'll talk a little bit with some other books, kind of just cool, like the history. I love the history of books. And this book, I remember this girl was a friend of my sister. Her name's Jennifer, on the little nameplate in there. And it was gifted to her from Jason in 1983. So went from Jason to Jennifer. Jennifer must have lent it to my sister. I don't want to say stole it. It just was sitting on her shelf and she wasn't reading it. So I snagged it to read it, and I still own it. It's probably the book that I've owned the longest of all my book collection. But it's just a magical book. And so this book went through this little journey, which I think is always cool with used books, so I love used books, and a lot. We'll definitely be touching on that. But this book went through its journey and found its way to me.
I don't know if it has private information on it, but can you show the nameplate? Because it looks like a pretty interesting.
Yeah, I'll maybe put my finger over the last name. I don't know where Jennifer
I can block it out.
Yeah, might be in the world today, but it's just like this little unicorn, whatever sticker. And then again, you can see below that, her from Jason, and you'll see that in a lot of older books, especially we'll touch on some of older Loebs I have later on. But, I just love the history of a book. I think that's a little bit cool. The journey a book goes through. And that's why I love used books. And I don't even mind if they're marked up a little bit. I kind of like that, seeing the previous owners, kind of transcripts and notes and highlights and stuff like that.
Did it have any particular effect on you? Or
I would just say, I guess I've read this book probably about 5 times. So the effect that it had on me, 95+% or whatever the books you read them one time, okay, cool, I'm done, and you move on and you never read them again. This had enough of an impact, and the world that Crowley created is just so much depth to it. He's just really a very underrated writer. I've read a few other books by him just because I love this book so much. I didn't find any. They were good. None of them as good as Little Big, but just really incredible characters, incredible story. Just brilliant. I mean, I think that's it's one thing too, just with writers, you just are so impressed by the creative ability. Tolkien's another great example of that. Just the whole Middle Earth kind of lore and legends and books that he just created around that. Just people are pretty incredible, and you'll see that through writing a lot. But again, I'd say the impact, I loved it so much. I think the last time I read it was during the pandemic. Just time on your hand, the pandemic was weird, time on your hands. I'm like, I'm going to read Little Big again. I loved it every bit as much the last time I read it as the first time I read it. Just one of those. And I think another interesting thing about it's almost sometimes I find with good music, it's the same. It challenges you. It's not you don't pick it up and go and breeze through it. And you're like, it probably took me 3 months to read this book. There's parts in it where it feels like it's like a slog. But then when you get to the end, it all just kind of comes together. And you're like, yes, it was a challenging read. But a lot, just I think a lot of things in life, that the more challenging it is, you find greater reward for it at the other end of it. And this was one of those books. So Little Big by John Crowley, definitely one of my favorite fiction books. The next one. So again, very younger, was a lot of fantasy, science fiction, Ray Bradbury, stuff like that. And as I got older, still read fiction, but I also am a very big fan of Charles Bukowski. And this is my favorite book by Charles Bukowski. It's called Post Office. And Bukowski there's this genre of kind of like these seedy authors. So Bukowski, John Fante is another one, Frederick Exley, that kind of write about these anti-heroes.
Mhm.
And Bukowski does this really great job of kind of this Henry Chinansky character. He'll write about this anti-hero that will be in some of his novels. Bukowski was also a poet. But he wrote a handful of novels, and it will be this character, Henry Chinansky, as he goes through. And this guy, the character, he's an alcoholic, he's a gambler, he is again this very much anti-hero. But Bukowski just very funny, very entertaining in the way he wrote about it. So there's this phase I went through in my fiction reading as I got a little bit older that I really enjoyed, like John Fante and Charles Bukowski, and these kind of dark kind of, underbelly of, your anti-hero people who, but again, it's Bukowski does a really good job. I think it's his books of just kind of creating this alternate universe. So through his books, this character, Henry Chinansky, he'll write about, you kind of get to see his life. So again, just for, whatever reason, I found Bukowski to be a very interesting author for me. And this is another one of all his books. And kind of, you'll see me, I think you'll share some of my shelves here, but I'm looking over at my fiction shelf over here, and I have a Bukowski collection of a handful of his books, his novels. This was my favorite. I probably read this a few times. This kind of qualifies for the reread. Good enough that I'm sure that I'll read it again at some point in my life. This one is kind of it's not like a hard read. And it's humorous too. So it's just really a fun book. So in that fiction phase of my life, which really kind of took me up into my late 20s, maybe even early 30s, where I really was I read a lot, but it was really mostly fiction. So that fiction era of my reading journey, these are really the two books that just jump out the most as books I loved. And that books I have read multiple times. And if you're kind of randomly asked me, what are your favorite books? These would be two books that
How did you discover it? Bukowski?
How did I discover? That's one of the really cool things I think about reading too, is that you get to share that with people. And it's funny, there's almost a network of people that I knew around this time, or like Stan, Joby, and Claude. Like there's this network that I almost forget, like who recommended Bukowski to me. I think it was Claude, my buddy Claude, who recommended Bukowski to me, which then I recommended to Stan, and then Stan recommended Exley to me, and then I recommended it to Joby. They're kind of like, sometimes that's what's cool with reading, is like, again, back to what I said earlier, like how does the book find you? And sometimes it's just a sitting on my sister's bookshelf and, oh, this looks interesting. Or it's in a bookstore and like, oh, this looks interesting on the shelf, so I'll grab it. Or it's a friend recommends it to you. So
I was looking up here that it's semi-autobiographical.
Yes. Yeah. So Chinansky, the Henry Chinansky character it's a semi-autobiographical of Charles Bukowski himself, who was an alcoholic and who was a gambler, and he is kind of writing of his own experience through the character of Henry Chinansky.
So it kind of encapsulates your love of his overall works.
Yeah, I think of his overall works. It just, we all go through different phases in our life, and there was a phase where maybe kind of the life of Henry Chinansky / Charles Bukowski had a certain kind of appeal to me for one reason or the other. Kind of like Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. These guys are complete degenerates in it, but there's part of this that like, oh, that sounds like it might have been kind of fun to have been a part of that adventure. So yeah, I think it just, kind of spoke to me and appealed to me. And I just found that character that Bukowski wrote about to be interesting.
If it seems like it's sort of like Fight Club and other, I don't know if it was ever made into a movie, but it has vibes kind of similar to that. I don't
Um,
know if you've thought about
not,
it.
no, I don't, not that I know of. I don't know. I know John Fante, who inspired Bukowski. I think it was Bukowski's favorite author. I believe I read something like that somewhere along the line. John Fante. He has a movie. He has my favorite book by him, which I don't have included in the stack that I talked about, but a really great book called Ask the Dust, Dust, Ask the Dust. I know that was made into a movie. But yeah, Fight Club, I think, kind of a little bit of that, kind of like that gritty, a little, kind of it's this gritty, dark, Cormac McCarthy, kind of there's authors you can throw in there that just kind of write about that kind of dark, gritty. The characters are anti-heroes, and I enjoy those types of characters.
Yeah, there's sort of rebelliousness against the bureaucracy or against sort of office culture and sugar forming.
Yeah.
Okay, so do you want to go to the third book now?
Yeah. So I'm going to transition now in my evolutionary journey. Like, okay, I'm in my professional life. I work in IT. I've been in IT for 25 years. And there's kind of an evolutionary journey with reading therein as I've grown in technology from a hands-on technical person to more of a manager and leader. So very much a phase where I'm very technical in my reading. I'm reading about Microsoft Exchange Server. I'm reading about how to do Active Directory. I'm kind of doing all this reading to get Microsoft certifications, to get Cisco certification. So very early on in my technical career was reading very technical books, which I think for a lot of us in our careers, it's kind of timely versus timeless knowledge. And we'll talk a little bit more of that as we get into philosophy. Very timely. I want to pass this Microsoft exam about Microsoft Exchange Server. So I'm going to read this book about Microsoft Exchange. So very early on. And then as I was in tech for a while and through a lot of that, and reading a lot of fiction and everything still, but I get to a point where I think a lot of times in tech and probably in other fields, your technical expertise, if you're good from a technical standpoint, doors start opening for you to step into leadership. Like, hey, this guy really did some cool stuff. Like, let's make him the supervisor of the group, or let's make him the manager of IT. And as I started stepping into that,
you just say a few words on what you actually were doing to, like, Exchange is email, right? Microsoft.
Yeah. So I'm kind of nerding some terms. Yeah, Microsoft Exchange is a mail server. So my degree, and I got my degree a little bit later, but my degree was in computer science, and my career was ended up kind of through certifications and training, more kind of network administration. I touched on a lot of different things in my tech career, but yes, specifically Microsoft Exchange, that's the mail server. So every company, especially back in the day, had a mail server. And if you were the network admin, you had to manage the Exchange server, and you needed to know how to manage Microsoft Exchange. So
it's like pre-cloud, you're sort of running your own cloud.
Yes, yeah.
And you're a guy.
On-prem, you walk in, you open up the door of the server room, and you got all your servers in your rack, and that's the Exchange server, and that's the SQL or database server, that's the Active Directory server, that's the file server, and you would have all these separate servers in a rack. And then, you go to the cloud and it becomes all Microsoft 365 and Azure and all that other stuff. I won't bore folks too much with technical stuff, but I think the broader message as you kind of grow in your career, whatever that career might be, very early on, you're probably very technical skills to protect. Like, I need to know my technical skills. But if you're going to grow in that, whatever your career might be, you start evolving into more soft skills, leadership skills. And, as I was kind of nudged in that direction of leadership, I recognized that there were some different type of reading I had to do. And I have a couple of, I think, books that were important to me from that era. I don't know if I'll go too deep into, maybe I'll do first one that I can maybe talk on a little more deeply. which is kind of one of the all-time classics, I think, of kind of management skills, soft skills, leadership skills, just non-technical skills. Again, timely and timeless. So this is The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People by Stephen Covey. Stephen Covey was one of the OGs of personal and professional development. Very well known, very widely read book. Almost feels maybe a little cliche, seven, kind of like, 7 habits of highly effective people. This book is incredible. I mean, this guy, like Stephen Covey, creates like an operating system for life. I would almost say that like you could like read this book as far as just trying to kind of improve your soft skills or kind of your professional development. And, there's a lot going on here that's really good.
And you have a list, you have an article or a page on your website where you list a bunch of this genre of books that have been influential on you. So people can, we'll put that in the description. People can check that out.
Yeah. We can definitely throw a link to that. But I think of a lot of those books I read during that time as I was kind of, trying to hone my skills as a leader and a manager. This one was definitely very impactful for me. Just again, there's a lot of stuff that just works its way, into your mind. Excuse me. So like they kind of like these principles, begin with the end in mind, sharpen the saw. Just really important kind of operating system, type stuff.
So I can just read through them very quickly for people. There's 3 categories: private victory. Number 1, be proactive. Number 2, begin with the end in mind. Number 3, put first things first. Then public victory, which is has 3 underneath it. Think win-win is number 4. Number 5 is seek first to understand, then be understood. Number 6 is synergize. And then the 3rd category has 1 underneath it, which is sharpen the saw, meaning continuous improvement along physical, mental, social, emotional, and spiritual.
Yeah. So you're kind of going through the spectrum there of, kind of interacting with other people, planning, all the way to the end of, sharpen the saw, like how you'll kind of continue. And that's verbiage I'll use when I manage people, like I manage technical people. And, ongoing training is a big part of being in IT. You sign up for IT, you sign up for lifelong learning, because the skills, the technology always changes. So sharpening the saw, just kind of having that as one of the principles that you live by, that you always have to sharpen the saw. Beginning with the end in mind, it's kind of like having a plan, kind of what's the result that you're aiming for. And it's funny, when we'll get into philosophy, we'll kind of talk about some of that stuff. And that's one of the things I love, like I'm holding up Boethius, which we'll talk about in a little bit. But one of the things, and I guess I won't go too deep into philosophy, but it is funny how as I got into philosophy, like, oh, I kind of understood what Covey was saying with begin with the end in mind, because Boethius will talk about kind of that type of principle in it. But again, a very valuable book, I think, for anybody who aspires to lead people. Again, I think getting a jump on stuff like this, even if you're early on in your career and you read something like this and you adopt some of these principles and demonstrate some of them, then you're going to stand out as somebody who is fit to kind of take that next step in their career. It really is those kind of soft skills is kind of the very broad stroke that you can, kind of make for a lot of these skills. But they're the ones that are really going to pay off in the long run. They're the ones that are going to help you take that next step. I mean, you got to be somebody who's effective at what you do. You got to be somebody who works well with other people, all that stuff. That's what's really going to open up doors of opportunity for you. So in that realm of kind of nonfiction, as I'm kind of getting in my reading journey, transitioning into more of the non-fiction stuff, really was, I went through a phase of professional development type books where I read stuff like this. And the next book, which
I
everybody.
just want to say a couple words on that. I think because it's so popular, there's sort of a language that it teaches you where so many other people understand that language, that when you do some of these things like being proactive or seeking to understand first, or you just use some of the philosophy here, it's automatically resonates with a lot of people, even if they haven't read the book. It's just been so influential. It really is like, even if you're already familiar with some of these principles, seeing how he laid it out, the stories, the metaphors, the language, you'll pick up on things. And if your managers are going to notice you're doing this stuff, and it's part of how they choose who they're going to promote and who should be groomed for leadership.
Yeah, 100%. It has definitely, it's worked its way into kind of the vocabulary. A lot of these books that are very prevalent, that whole kind of sharpening of the saw, we've heard that, you got to sharpen the saw. And, a lot of that will come from Covey or some of the other kind of most popular of this genre of book.
Yeah.
Another one, which maybe more by way of example, maybe necessarily than going too deep into it, because again, another very popular one, Dale Carnegie, How to Win Friends and Influence People. And it's funny, this is another one of those OG professional development books. And it's funny, the title sounds very cheesy and almost like manipulative in some way. I can remember like seeing this book before I read it. I even think my dad, I remember seeing this when I was a kid. I think my dad had this book and he read it somewhere. It is, it's been around for a while. Again, I think when you read it, the title, or like when you see it, again, it's fun. At least me personally, I was like, I was a little put off by it. I don't know. It sounds like almost like overly cliched, kind of personal development type book title. So I read this. So and it was in a period of my life as I kind of continued to evolve in my leadership role in IT, where I had a coach, a professional coach that I was working with, and his name was John. Great guy, helped me out a lot to continue to grow, and I recommend to people too, from my experience, always great to find a coach to work with, depending on where you're at in your career and what you're trying to get better at. John was just kind of more of a general kind of executive leadership coach, but he recommended this book to me. And so finally, after kind of seeing this thing for forever, I read it. And I mean, look, I think there's reason why these books are kind of timeless and around for it's good. Again, it's just this How to Win Friends and Influence People. I don't know the title. Maybe Carnegie could have come up with a different tug at it. It sounds a little disingenuous or manipulative, but in the end, it really is just a book about relationships. Like, how do you make other people feel good? And it's all white hat when you read it. Like, there's nothing manipulative or bad in it. Carnegie is just giving examples of how to work with other people, how to, kind of like part of this is like, how, again, it comes across, a little, 6 ways to make people like you, how to win people to your way of thinking. But when you read it, it's all white hat. It's not like, it's kind of not like Machiavellian or anything,
Yeah, white hat is sort of a tech term or cybersecurity term for something that's positive, pro-social. I wanted to say a couple things about the book. And I think in terms of intellectual history, this is sort of putting an etiquette class or etiquette handbooks or conduct manuals that were more popular in previous eras into a more personal development genre where a lot of people don't learn that etiquette, or also within just American culture and people being of different classes and different backgrounds, they need to be acculturated to what corporate America, what sort of behavior is appropriate and what's expected. And so this is sort of a handbook for that etiquette. And that's why it's so important, because again, anytime something becomes very popular, it becomes the lingua franca, and it becomes a norm or almost like an ISO standard of how to interact with people in a professional way. And there sort of needs to be a consensus on that. And so there's these few books that lay that out for people. And so it's very important to have that. And then I want to make one other point on the executive coach thing, because I think coaches and books have sort of come from almost opposite perspectives. And whenever I'm looking at books, and like you said with Bukowski, I'm always looking for like, who's the author? What else have they said? What else have they done? Because often I discover whole areas or things that I never would have cared about, but because that author cares about it, now I want to see, hey, maybe that is important. But what a book sort of does is it gives you a set of stuff, and there's a lot of other context or other books that are left out. And there's a network between these books, and there's a larger discipline, and there's other disciplines. And what an executive coach does is they've read tons of books. They know all your blind spots. Yeah, they can tell you what your blind spots are, so you can figure out what should my book list be. And that's something that books almost can never provide that the way a coach can. So using books hand in hand, or a mentor hand in hand with books, sort helps you find those blind spots and helps you figure out what should I be reading.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. I mean, for me, working with my executive coach, I am an IT guy, and I don't want to be overly cliched about IT people, but sometimes we're maybe not the most emotionally intelligent people, or maybe we're not the most natural in working with other people. So I think that's why something like this was introduced to me by my coach, is kind of like, hey, like you said, this is a little bit of the textbook of how you are going to be able to work well with other people, make other people feel good about working with you on things. So yeah, I think you bring up a good point about, especially the blind spot. John was a very effective coach for me, and, kind of could help find those blind spots. And it's a bit, you gotta be a bit vulnerable stepping into any relationship like that, be it coach, mentor, whatever it might be, that a good coach will kind of help bring out that vulnerability and find those blind spots, and then point you in the right direction, either through a book or through maybe a little bit of a homework assignment or something they might give you. But yeah, John was the one who pointed me in the direction of that book.
Do you want to go to the next one though?
Yeah, let's go to the next one. So again, this next book. So one of the things, I guess, one of the this will step us into Stoicism. So I am still through this next book, which is The Obstacle is the Way by Ryan Holiday. So again, me being a voracious reader, as I kind of started going down this path of these types of professional development type books, these personal development type books. And what's cool, I mean, you touched on it a little bit there, Timothy, is kind of the node of books, how one book opens up just a whole nother pathway that you just never even knew existed. And this really was the book for me. And I would almost say this is more of an important book in my life than a favorite book. I mean, maybe it's a favorite book because the pathway that it exposed for me. So, again, I'm always looking for the next good book to read. And sometimes that might come from a person who recommends it to me. That might be I read about it in a blog post, or I read about it somewhere along the line. And I think almost like if you hear about it a few times, it's like a hint from the universe or something. Oh, maybe I better read this book, because for some reason I just keep hearing about it. And this was one of those books that I kind of just kept hearing about. The Obstacle is the Way by Ryan Holiday. And basically the book, I mean, it's a great book. I mean, it is about this kind of principle of using our obstacles in life as opportunities for us. And, Holiday's style is he'll kind of give a bunch of examples of people from history and the obstacles they faced. And it'll be Ulysses S. Grant or John D. Rockefeller. Okay. It'll kind of give these examples. And this book does give these examples of people who faced major obstacles in their lives and overcame them and went on to bigger and better things, which is cool. It's a very important concept, kind of very important mindset to go through life, that not, kind of get depressed or complain when life presents you with the challenge, but to just kind of see what's in it for me, even if nothing else, just for me to dig deep and give up my best. I may win, I may lose, but at least I'm going to give it a shot to overcome it. Which is all a very good premise and a very interesting thing to read about. But the gift that was hidden inside of here was Stoicism. So I wouldn't say that this is a book about Stoicism. It's a book about a Stoic principle. So Ryan Holiday, for those who have heard of him, that's Stoicism is kind of his bread and butter. He's probably launched 1 million Stoic ships, and he launched this one. I had never heard of Stoicism before I read this book. I've certainly heard the word Stoic, and I knew I would, if you say, okay, to be Stoic, it'd be like, stone-faced, unemotional. That would have been my interpretation of being Stoic. I guess somebody kind of like, okay, I'm gonna be Stoic and handle what life throws at me with, equanimity. So in this book, he'll talk about this. There's this quote from Marcus Aurelius. It's kind of the lens that this book is written through. The quote is, "The impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way." So that's why the obstacle is the way, from that Marcus Aurelius quote about, what stands in our way becomes the way. So why this book was so important to me, it was my introduction to Stoicism. And I read enough about Stoicism in this book that it resonated with me. I am somebody, and we all are, but somebody who definitely can let emotion get the best of me in certain scenarios. I know I'm not alone. That the promise of resilience, equanimity, objectivity that Stoicism had to offer through this, I was intrigued by. And so this book, again, opened the door to Stoicism to me. And that's what I will love about reading. And as I kind of continue to go through my stack, we'll see other books that was the book that opened a door to this, like, oh, Stoicism. Like, I had no idea that this even existed as a thing. And it ended up becoming a very important thing for me, and something that is still a very important thing for me. Again, I talked earlier about some books, you read it, that's good. It's kind of a good idea. All right, cool. You move on, you forget about it. This book opened up a door of Stoicism to me that is still very much a part of my life, very much a part of what I read, how I approach life, and a mindset that I try to take with me through life on a daily basis.
I was going to ask, do you think there's a connection between you getting promoted, going into more leadership positions, and just the kind of problems you're solving are less deterministic? And so there's inherently more uncertainty in those positions than when you're doing more technical stuff where there's a technical answer to a technical problem.
Yeah, I think certainly, and I think that kind of maybe gets us into talking a little bit about philosophy and leadership and why reading this type of books is good for leaders. I'll say specifically with Stoicism, yes. I'll say in technology and anywhere as a leader, you are going to be faced with situations that you maybe couldn't have predicted were going to happen, or maybe wouldn't have expected to happen. And certainly, I think anybody will admire somebody as a leader who faces those situations in a calm fashion, with a cool head, and without letting emotion get the best of them. I've worked with people over the years who they just couldn't figure out how to manage their emotion, and they would get angry about stuff, and or they would maybe get anxious about stuff, and it just really got in the way of their ability to continue to advance. I think being able to handle a situation in a calm, and the best example I would give for me in my tech career as I advanced along was when the pandemic hit. For I think a lot of people in IT stood up at that time, but for me specifically, we had to get several hundred people from the office to home very quickly. And it was a situation that I had never lived through in my life. Well, how do you manage a pandemic and take in a bunch of people who come in to sit in a cube for 8 hours a day and figure out how to get all their stuff home and get them productive and working at home? So something like Stoicism in that case is like, okay, here we have a challenge in front of me, but let's not get overly emotional about it. Let's think it through. Let's collect the data and let's make an effective decision about what's going to help people in this situation and what's going to make this situation go well. It just will, I think it will create a space. And I think for leaders, be able to have that space to collect data, to think about it, to decide the next best course of action is valuable versus a lot of times people in life, it's stimulus, response, where something Stoicism and other types of philosophy or whatnot can help us be a little more objective as the events of our lives unfold, and kind of can help us create a little bit of a space between the stimulus and response. And it could be anything as simple as, driving down the highway and somebody cuts in front of me. I could just stimulus response, get angry, chase after them, give them the finger, do whatever somebody might do that has no beneficial outcome to it. Or maybe I can pause for a second and create a little bit of a space and choose a healthier response to that situation. So I think that just magnifies into, as a leader with larger situations, when you're dealing with people situations, things that could affect the well-being of the organization you're a leader for, to just have a little bit more objectivity for it, that I think philosophy starts introducing that to you as a leader.
There's also the element of the logos, the sort of underlying divine reason of the universe. And I think that appeals to people who have more of a technical background in mathematical, computer science. That's a natural way of thinking. Can you talk about the logos at all?
Yeah, the logos. So that's interesting. And we're a couple books from Marcus Aurelius here and Meditations, but yes, the Stoics kind of believe that kind of reason and logic was kind of the divine nature of the universe. And yes, that would appeal to somebody in technology. We kind of like cause and effect, and step A, B, C produces result D. But the Stoics very much would speak of the logos, which was this kind of divine logic of the universe. And, it was their aim and their ambition to be guided by reason and logic. There's actually a quote, Meditations, where Marcus Aurelius will talk about the spiritual beauty of logic, which gives me a smile because I love that. But yes, the logos, it does also kind of, it's very very meta, I guess, of this kind of logic, but yet the spiritual beauty of it. So it has a couple kind of benefits to one. Yes, the aim of a Stoic is to see the world objectively, collect the data, follow reason, be logical about how you advance through life. But there is as Marcus talked about in that quote, a spiritual aspect to me as well, that this is kind of the way, at least for me, for whatever spiritual path I might be on as well, that being able to be objective about things and to look at and analyze the data around me has benefits for me in both as a IT leader, to just be led by logic and reason and objectivity, but also as a father and a husband and any other role I might play in life, that to be able to be guided by that kind of some objectivity and not just go off on an emotional, God knows what roller coaster, helps me to be better in all of the roles that I serve in life. And I think, the danger always with Stoicism, and we'll be in a little bit of a Stoicism stretch here. And I think one of the misperceptions about Stoicism was, kind of touched on earlier, what my thought of a Stoic was. You're just unemotional all the time and you're stone-faced. And even all this talk about logic and reason in this can kind of maybe feel like it's going down that path. But again, what I think the beauty of being driven by logic and reason 75% of the time, or whatever the percentage might be, that other 25%, like it does lead you towards joy and happiness, because now you've kind of cleared the space of all this, what might have been anxiety, or what might have been anger, or would have been what other emotional mess I've gotten myself into, because I wasn't letting myself be objective about things. That just opens up space for kind of, the gratitude for life, the appreciation for life. Kind of, it just creates more space to really kind of stop and be in the moment and everything. And I don't know if I'm doing a great job of explaining that, but again, it gets back to me that little bit what Marcus said about the spiritual beauty of logic, is that it does kind of, it clears the decks and creates some space where you might be in turmoil, to just be more appreciative and more in the moment and more present with what's going on.
Yeah, I wanted to add something about the intellectual history of the term logos, especially because you see that in the Gospel of John, one of the Gospels of the New Testament. And that's sort of, with Christianity, you see sort of a dovetail of that Greek thinking with the Hebrew thinking, and sort of synthesizing those together. And the logos, that's literally in the first sentence of the Gospel of John. So it carries through. It's very influential on Christian thinking. And even going through to the scientific revolution, you have the book of Scripture and the book of nature. And part of the thinking of the scientists at the time, who were quite religious, is they thought, we are studying God's handiwork by doing science and uncovering the hidden order. And if you don't believe that there's a hidden order, you don't look for it. If you don't believe it's a solvable problem, you never try to explore or investigate or figure out the causal patterns. And so this kind of, I just want to give people an understanding of why this logos concept, why this philosophy, as opposed to other philosophies that just sort of believe in chaos and nothing can really be, you can't get your hands on anything. Those kind of ways of thinking don't lead you to try to figure out these causal patterns, or to take things apart and figure out how they work, because it's sort of in principle not possible to do that.
Yeah. No, I love that. And I'm learning from you. You got me wanting to go pick up a Bible and read the first sentence of the book of John. No, that's really interesting.
I think it's, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was God, and the Word was with God, something like that. So it's really like almost merging the idea of God and the logos into one. And so it's not a superficial synthesis. It's really a very deep sort of identity between those two things.
Right. So as I was, kind of, my next book I wanted to talk about is A Guide to the Good Life by William Irvine. And we're kind of in the learning about Stoicism. For me, on my journey with Stoicism, and what I actually recommend to people who are interested in learning more about the philosophy, at least for me and the way I like to learn, and which I think is good for other people to get their heads wrapped around a little bit, is to read about Stoicism before you actually read the works of the Stoics. And I think there's an interesting conversation around that too. Like when a lot of times older books you'll read, they'll have like an introduction, and, do I read the introduction, or do I just dive into what the actual philosopher or this ancient writer was saying? I personally, and again, maybe it's the IT guy to me, I like a little bit of kind of like, okay, what is this about? If I just pick up Meditations by Marcus Aurelius and start reading, I don't know if I can kind of put together kind of the concepts that I might see some similarities in some of the passages and might start to put some stuff together. But for me, before I actually started diving into the works of the Stoics, so again, the obstacle, the way isn't really about Stoicism. It kind of maybe is an introduction, talks about one particular principle of Stoicism. This is your manual for Stoicism, Guide to the Good Life by William Irvine. I've gifted this to a bunch of people who were interested in Stoicism. I recommend this as, if you want to know more about Stoicism, start here. Irvine does an incredible job of introducing the philosophy of Stoicism. It's kind of it's the whole thing. Kind of what is philosophy? Who are the major Stoics? Um, and then he goes into practical ways that you can practice Stoicism in your life. Now you can read this book and stop there and not read another book about Stoicism, and it'd be a very valuable book for you to read. It's going to give you some of those just basic Stoic principles and how you can apply them in your life. Learning to understand what you can control and what you can't control. Learning to manage your anger, how to manage insults from other people, learning how to be more objective about the things that happen in your life and be more accepting about things, all the way to kind of the accepting your death, the memento mori aspects. There's a lot of that going on in Stoicism as well, too. So Irvine just does an incredible job of this very great introduction to Stoicism. This is kind of, to me, the best. And you have a few modern Stoics like Donald Robertson, Massimo Pigalucci. There's a handful of people, Ryan Holiday, who write on Stoicism. I think Irvine, to me, and I've read a lot of those other books, this is the best book as far as just like the introduction to the philosophy of Stoicism and a guide to how you can start practicing Stoicism in your own life. So this was a very valuable resource for me, and where kind of the obstacles, the way what my appetite, or kind of or I should say what my appetite kind of like instigated the curiosity, like Stoicism. Okay, it sounds really cool. Like I want to, and again, sometimes I think books find you at the right time, and we'll maybe talk about that a little bit more too. The right book, the right time, whatever. This was probably right book, right time, and I was very fortunate. That's just, I don't even know why. This just happened. I want to learn more about Stoicism, and this happened to be the book that I grabbed to learn more about Stoicism.
It's got an interesting sculpture on the front also.
Yeah, it is an interesting sculpture, because you would think it would be like a Marcus Aurelius bust or something like that. And I'm not even.
It looks like a female.
It does. I'm sure somewhere in here it will credit it somewhere. But yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not 100% sure who that is a statue of.
Yeah, if anybody knows in the comments, definitely let us know.
Yes.
Because it's sort of, just the title itself, Stoic Joy.
Yeah.
You don't necessarily associate the word joy.
Yes. And that was, excuse me, what I was trying to touch on earlier, that Stoicism is not at all about being unemotional and being 100% just robotic all the time. I think that's the bad rap it gets. If you kind of behave that way, then joy presents itself, because again, just all this situations where you're just wrapped up in your own world of emotion, and I'm anxious about this, and I'm really pissed off about this, and you're in this very emotional response to things, that when you learn to be more stoic and objective and accepting about things, it's a space clears up. I found, like, after I started learning about Stoicism, like my wife and I would go for walks, and we just go for a walk. And I would just be like, look at the sky, like, wow, look at this tree, like looking up at this tree into the stars if we're walking out on a dark night or something. Like, its presence like started making itself available. And I think it just helps, like, a lot of wheels that usually spin maybe stop spinning, because you're like, oh, all right. It is a little bit like, that is what it is. I'm not going to really worry too much about this particular situation, because, you start looking at things through the lens of, I can't really control it.
So is your wife also interested? Has she read this, or is she interested in Stoicism?
No, my wife is
she just naturally that way?
Well, she's a little bit naturally that way. I'm the reader of the family for sure. I do enough reading for all four of us here. My kids, my daughter especially does a little bit more reading. My son, the next book we'll talk about, he actually has a copy of it in his room too. But No, I don't know that my wife is not a reader of Stoicism or anything like that. I'm kind of the book nerd of the family, but
You're getting it. You were like walking out in nature. There's the element of stoicism, which is you're trying to be in line with nature, in line with sort of the rational, that spiritual logos of nature. And so aligning yourself with that is sort of going to naturally lead to good things. But there's also this, like we'll look at your study later, there is an element of Eastern religions and like being in the moment, Zen and Buddhism. So there is a really interesting crossover there as well. Of being,
yeah. And when we go around the room, we can talk about that for sure. But another practice I started doing right around the time I got into Stoicism was mindfulness meditation.
okay.
And those two just really, they go together so well. And I think just really the end goal is just kind of being the observer of life, than just being in the thick of it and just getting churned around by life's activities. That just this ability to step back and observe. And even that kind of reference I gave of kind of joy becoming available to you more often, it could be just as simple and practical as I'm not walking around thinking about this thing that happened at work earlier today, because I'm looking at it more objectively, and I'm just maybe accepting it. I'm understanding that like there's a situation here that it's happening, and I maybe can control it or can't control it. Again, it just gets rid of a lot of the clutter. And for me, that, and as the book will touch on, Stoic joy, I think that becomes available to you. As the clutter's gone, there's a space then, kind of like you can just be present versus this thing happened at work. I'm walking around with my wife and I'm still thinking about this thing that happened at work. And I'm just not here and present. If I've just accepted the situation at work or at home or whatever it might be, then I'm here, I'm present. I can see this stuff and I can see the beauty in it. And, as I sit here in my office, I have the blinds shut, but we have some trees out here in the backyard. And it's just stuff that I didn't do earlier in my life. I can just stop and look out and just see the trees and, it's fall now and the leaves are falling down. It's winter now and the leaves are gone. It's just like stuff that you just wouldn't even have paid attention to before because you're like too busy mentally. The mouse and the wheel is spinning. It just frees up space. And in that space, joy and appreciation and just noticing things that you will not have noticed before become available to you.
I think there's also, if you use the computational metaphor with sort of AI and the planning problem, you can always do more planning. You can always be thinking about or analyzing the past. It's sort of a halting problem in the sense of there's never a clear point in which you should stop analyzing the past or stop planning for the future or analyzing the past in order to plan for what are you going to do the next time you interact with this person or next time you're in this kind of situation. And so you need to have some kind of philosophy or operating system that tells you and allows you to set some kind of stop sign on some of these trains of thought, because otherwise there's no sort of rational reason to stop that thread. And it's almost like on a computer where you have a process that just never stops, keeps on taking up more and more, and your laptop just the fans are going faster, the processor's getting hotter, and it's just like
it's ruminating. And I think you'll see it in Stoicism. They will talk about kind of this kind of cosmopolitan kind of aspect of caring for others. Marcus Aurelius will talk about unselfish action. He has this quote I love: to move from one unselfish action to another with God in mind, only there delight and stillness. And that's where you kind of talk about some of the Eastern philosophies as well, Timothy. This kind of, I have found in my life that when I am really emotionally upset, it's all about me. That's where the wheels are spinning. That's where I'm ruminating. This is happening to me. Stoicism and mindfulness meditation will again give you that objectivity. It's happening. It's not happening to me, it's happening. And it's my perspective of this event that feels that it's happening to me. And now if it's happening to me, then evolutionary monkey mind is going to kick in. And how do I protect myself from this situation? And then those wheels start spinning and you have the runaway thread that's taking up all of your CPU. And it's me thinking about this. So things like Stoicism, other types of philosophy, Eastern philosophies and mindfulness meditation, all of that, I think are all a little bit about just overcoming the me and just seeing the world as happening instead of the world happening to me. I don't know if I did a great job of explaining that, but that's kind of what you kind of, when you talked about that runaway thread, that's typically what it is. It's rumination. You're just ruminating. And usually when you're ruminating about something, it's because it's happening to me. And this is now the part of my brain that now needs to solve the problem of what is happening to me right now. And why all of this kind of stuff will just help you as a professional, as a parent, just as a person walking down the street with your wife, because you're now not ruminating as much about these things and you're just appreciating life as it unfolds in front of you. And it's all very aspirational. Trust me. I'll tell you 100%. I'm not walking through there are moments and windows that open up more frequently. I find when you practice things like Stoicism, those opportunities for joy, gratitude, appreciation, presence become available to you at a higher frequency. At least that's what I found for me. They're not there all the time. I will ruminate. I'm human. I'm actually there's been a little bit the last few days where I've been the wheels have been spinning, but things like Stoicism can come, and sometimes I have to read, hey, Mike, like, what can you control in this situation? What can't you control in this situation? What aren't you accepting in this situation? Is this an obstacle that's really an opportunity? So it just opens up some of that thoughts and can smooth the edges, because we're human and we're going to go through our ups and downs. This too shall pass. You're going to go a bad phase. This too shall pass. You're going to be in a good phase. This too shall pass. We're human. We ride those waves. What I found, things like Stoicism, instead of these waves, it becomes like these waves. It kind of smooths things out a little bit. And those periods you go through, you get through them quicker and they're not as bad when you're going through them.
I love the word rumination because it's a metaphor, or it sort of goes back to animals and like cows and sheep and goats and stuff, where they re-chew the grass over and over again. Yeah. And it's like they're constantly doing that. And it's a great way to sort of remind yourself, like, at what point should I stop chewing on this problem and kind of wearing myself out? Do you want to move on to the next book now?
Yes. So next book, my favorite book of all time, Meditations by Marcus Aurelius. So in my reading journey, after I read about Stoicism, like, all right, let's actually read the Stoics. And, certainly the big three are going to be Marcus Aurelius, Seneca, and Epictetus. Marcus Aurelius is my favorite. And we'll talk a little bit about the other two as well and kind of the differences between the three. Marcus Aurelius, Roman emperor, Stoic philosopher, wrote Meditations as his personal journal. This was not necessarily meant for publication. I'm sure Marcus Aurelius, as a Roman emperor, maybe had some sort of feeling that this might, see the light of day somewhere. But again, not written as a, treatise on Stoicism or anything like that. He wasn't writing this as, in a kind of logical pattern of, kind of this is meant to be read by other people to learn about his personal philosophy. This was Marcus Aurelius's journal. He wrote it to himself. Actually, I think my understanding is the very earliest kind of translations of Meditations were called to himself. So this was just Marcus writing to himself. And in it, he is writing about, kind of the principles of Stoic philosophy. So Marcus Aurelius was the philosopher king Plato spoke of. He was a Roman emperor, but he also was a philosopher and a student of philosophy. So this is Marcus Aurelius writing his own personal thoughts to himself. It doesn't read in any real logical fashion. You could open it up and it's almost like kind of the Tao Te Ching or something like that. You just open it up and you can read a passage about it. But I just really love this book. And I love it so much. I actually have like a dozen copies of it. It's become my super nerdy niche habit to collect different versions and translations of Meditations by Marcus Aurelius. I just really love this book a lot. And so, I mean, maybe talking about translations a little bit. What I'm holding up here is the Gregory Hayes translation. This is more of a modern translation. And there are lots and lots of different translations of Meditations by Marcus Aurelius. You have some very old ones coming up, and you have a handful of modern translations. This, I think, is, again, a little bit of those gifts of luck, or maybe just I read the right thing at the time, and maybe something I read said, read the Hayes translation. Maybe I saw this picture. So when I went on Amazon to buy it, I was like, oh, I want the one with the big red bird on front of it. I don't know. But this is the Gregory Hayes translation. I've read probably about 5 different translations. I own a bunch. And we'll talk a little bit, I think, when we go through the shelves. Like there's a book I love, I will buy multiple copies of it because I just want more of it on my shelf. So I've read about 5 different translations. Like the Hayes translation stands out to me as by far the best. So this is a book I've gifted to a bunch of people, this translation. I've bought a bunch of copies of it.
What do you think the cover design means?
There is not really, that's a great question, Timothy. There is nothing in Meditations that I can recollect as somebody who's read it quite a bit that elicits the imagery of a bird and a feather. I don't know. That is a very interesting question too. Like why they would have made this the cover art. I really don't know. I like it. It's striking.
Isn't a sort of, I was thinking the crow is sort of a symbol, like a bad omen of mortality. It's sort of like memento mori.
Yeah. That could be in the feather, like maybe a quill that was written with or something. I don't know. I don't know that quills would have been the method of writing in Marcus's time, but
there's also the Edgar Allan Poe poem, quoth the Raven.
Nevermore. Yeah. I don't know what made them pick. Again, maybe another good thing for the comments. For any listeners, if they would have any thoughts behind that. It's funny, for as much as I've read it, picked it up, and even when I will write, if I write a post about it or something, or if I am talking to someone, like, make sure you get the one with the big red bird on the front of it. Like, I will use that as like kind of the reference point. This is the translation you want, the one with the big red bird on front of it. I'm not 100% sure. And again, other than kind of, we can guess at maybe something like this of why the publisher or whatever chose this as the cover for it.
There's also this came up with Greg in the comments. There's a lot of people don't know that there's a Loeb edition of Meditations, which is in the Greek, the green. But Marcus Aurelius also has 2 volumes in red in Latin, and those are from his letters to Fronto, who was his mentor and helped him with his rhetoric, especially. So he wrote in both Greek and Latin, and he shows up in both languages.
That's a very interesting kind of Loeb trivia fact, like how many different writers in the Loeb classic series would have both a green and a red.
And it's 2 reds, so it's actually 2 volumes of correspondence in the Latin to English.
So that's the extant work of Marcus Aurelius, is Meditations and his letters to Fronto. And it's funny, or not funny, but it's interesting that is how meditation starts off. It starts off in a weird way. And again, I think it's why there can be value in reading about something, or like reading the introduction first to like, oh, okay, like I get it. Because if you just picked up Meditations and the first thing you're going to read is My grandfather Verus, character and self-control. And so you're picking up this philosophy book. Like, I would have like, what is this dude talking about? Like, he just goes through and starts naming people from his life. So that's book one of Meditations. His grandfather, his father, his adoptive father, which was Antoninus. So I could be nerd out on Roman history. I'll hold off on that for now. But Rusticus, Apollonius, Sextus, Fronto. So he lists all the different people in his life that he is grateful for, people who taught him things. And he will list, and I think one of the reasons that I love Marcus, once you learn Roman history a little bit, Marcus just becomes like just more and more admirable. Like, here's a Roman emperor with all the power, the most powerful human being on the face of the earth at his time, and writing about all these people that he's grateful for. Very humble exercise, a gratitude type exercise that one would not imagine Nero or Caligula or any kind of litany of horrible Roman emperors who were megalomaniacs and vicious and brutal people. Marcus was a good man. And you kind of see the mind of a Roman emperor who was also a Stoic philosopher in here, which just makes him that much more admirable to me, that he had that power. And he could have chosen the route of tyranny and cruelty and megalomania that a lot of the other prominent Roman emperors we know of. Again, here he is. We're kind of seeing what he's writing to himself and what is going on in his mind. But yes, as you mentioned, Fronto, and as you mentioned, Loeb, and the reason I had this out was just to touch a little bit on a couple of different passages from Meditations that are like my personal favorites, and why I feel like the Hayes translation is a really good way to consume Marcus Aurelius, at least your first time around. Marcus wrote in short bursts. As you look at like the pages of Meditations, they are like passages,
sort of like tweets.
Like tweets. Yeah, he's like these short, little, powerful things that one thing I love, very practical and very easy.
There's a term that's often used, epigrammatic, to describe that kind of writing.
Yes. Epictetus is a little bit like that too. We'll touch on Epictetus, where Seneca was more of like the long flowing essay type writer. But a passage from book 3, passage 16, Marcus writes it as it reads in the Hayes translation: to welcome with affection what is sent by fate. It's like amor fati, right? It's like to welcome with affection what is sent by fate. That is something that I can burn in my head. And when I am not accepting something or I am upset about something, to welcome with affection what is sent by fate. Later on, Nietzsche will talk about amor fati in his philosophy. Marcus Aurelius is writing about it 1,000+ years, 1,500 years or whatever before.
Let me just give people the translate. That's Latin for amor fati is love of fate. So
love of fate. Yes. Yeah. Yes. Love of fate. To welcome with affection what is sent by fate. I read it. I highlighted it. And next to it, I wrote amor fati, because when I read this, that's amor fati. I heard about amor fati, like love of one's fate. Marcus is writing about this, centuries before a later philosopher is writing about it. But if you were to pick up the Loeb edition, this is translated by C.R. or C.H. Haynes, Haines, Haynes. This translation is like from the early 1900s, I think 1912 or something. An earlier translation of Meditations, where the good man to delight in and to welcome what befalls and what is being spun for him by destiny. Okay, I mean, it's like, okay, it's saying the same thing. Haynes in his older translation is saying to welcome what befalls and is being spun for him by destiny. I mean, it's older. It doesn't just kind of flow, and it's not easy to remember. like to welcome with affection what is sent by fate. And this is where I kind of see the value in a really a good, more modern translation like the Hayes translation. It makes the thoughts of Marcus Aurelius more accessible versus what you'll get the these and the thous. And it's harder to unearth what Marcus is saying. You're kind of slogging through it a little bit, whereas Hayes and his translation will just kind of bring it to life.
I want to just say one thing about the Haynes is, and just part of what you get from reading the more literal translations is there's the metaphor there of spinning and fate spinning your future. And we're very disconnected now with how our stuff is made, and spinning and just textiles was a huge part of the economy, a huge thing back in the day. And because we're separated from that, we don't think about that metaphor as much. And so that's part of why it gets removed from more modern translations. And you'll find in your language versus the language of people from previous generations or previous, centuries, they'll use different metaphors because, and I forget which author, maybe somebody in the comments can remind us, it's like as technology progresses, the metaphors we use progress. So like Freud had all this hydraulic type of, or previous psychologists used a lot of hydraulic metaphors because of the steam engine, whereas now we have cognitive behavioral therapy and it's all about the mind as a computer.
Yeah. Yeah. No, that's a very interesting observation. There's definitely, there's a lot of value, and I think it can be preferential, whether somebody wants something closer to maybe what the original text might have been versus somebody who maybe somebody might say is diluting that a little bit or maybe watered down. But,
one with the bird, the Hayes is probably a better way to get started. And then once you have all the ideas, then you can explore those metaphors and you're not getting lost in it because you already have the background knowledge you need. So it's not one is necessarily better than the other, but it's like you can sort of ease your way into the deep end of the pool.
Right. And there certainly are other modern I think Hayes does a particularly good job for me and for a lot of others. Like we talked about Ryan Holiday earlier. This is Ryan Holiday's preferred translation of meditation, is the Hayes translation. I would say that probably of the modern translations, this is very popular. Also, the Martin Hammond translation, that's the Penguin translation. That's a more modern translation. I just read that recently and good stuff in it for sure. I enjoy that translation, but every time now I read meditations, I will keep like the Hayes translation like next to me. And I'll go, oh, wait, yeah, that's the one that I'll go like refer back. Oh, yeah, that's the one where he says to welcome with affection when it's sent by. So it's just, again, it's very super niche and admittedly super nerdy that like to keep two translations of a book when you read one to refer back. And again, you mentioned the Loeb, and always with the Loebs, it's very cool. I don't know Greek. So again, Marcus Aurelius, you mentioned earlier, wrote Meditations in Greek. Marcus was a very learned man, very smart man. He, was a student of philosophy, and Greek is the language of philosophy. So even though he was Roman and he spoke in Latin and he wrote to Fronto in Latin, when he wrote Meditations, he knew he was writing philosophically and he wrote it in Greek.
And could you hold a page up so people can just see what the facing page looks like?
Yeah. So, when you get your Loebs, you're always going to have, the facing page, and green is Greek, red is Latin, and then you're going to have the English translation on the other page. I know nothing about Greek, but one thing that's very cool is throughout Meditations, you talked about logos earlier. It's interesting. And again, I'm not as enough of a student that others may know specific reasons why. Sometimes Marcus will refer to the gods lowercase. Sometimes he will say God uppercase. And sometimes he will say logos. And sometimes even within the same passage, like there'll be gods and God. And like the one passage I I referenced earlier. I think I did. We talked about a few. There's another quote by Marcus I like. Yes, we talked about kind of the cosmopolitan, to move from one unselfish action to another with God in mind, only their delight in stillness. Epictetus will do it too. Sometimes it'll be God, like uppercase. I don't know if that's the translator, like saying, "Oh, I want to kind of Christianize it a little bit more and unpaganize it and put God." So I don't know that I've been able to figure it out, but that's one thing I like. I'll say, well, like, why, like, what's the Greek? Like, was it a different Greek word that for this versus for God versus gods?
Again, that's a big thing in the Bible also. So like a lot of the things we're talking about with translation and different words being used to refer to the deity, that's also a big thing in the Bible, in the Old Testament, Genesis. So these are, and like which translate, should use King James Version versus something more modern. So these are perennial issues for these central texts.
Right. So ready to move on to the next one?
Actually, I wanted to ask you if you could just hold up the table of contents of the Loeb, because there's actually a couple interesting things in the back. I think it's in all of the editions, but it's like the sayings, and then there's so if you look at the very bottom, it says there's speeches, there's sayings, and there's note on Christians before you get to the index and the glossary. So there is some interesting stuff in the back of the Loeb edition that you won't necessarily find in some of the other editions. So I just want to make a note of that.
Yeah, that's a very good point. I think part of the value of having multiple translations, maybe of a particular philosopher or ancient book that you like, is you will kind of, the different translations will have these kind of cool different little tidbits.
Yeah.
And they'll actually, that happens with Epictetus too. You'll get like the sayings of Epictetus. They'll do that in the Epictetus translation too.
Yeah. So did you want to move on to the next one?
Yeah. Speaking of our buddy Epictetus, there isn't much of a spine to show on this one, because this is the Enchiridion of Epictetus. With Epictetus, you kind of have two different works of his. You have the Enchiridion and you have discourses. I'm picking Enchiridion. I love them both the discourses and the Enchiridion. So Enchiridion stands for manual. And this is it, kind of the manual of Stoicism. Interesting thing to note with Epictetus, he did not write himself. He actually, his works come to us through a student of his called Arrian, who was a hell of a note taker. And he was Arrian who basically sat in on Epictetus as he was teaching the philosophy of Stoicism. And Arrian wrote down what Epictetus was saying, and that's what we are able to read today through the discourses and Enchiridion. Both are very good. Enchiridion is another good place to start if you want to just kind of okay, I'm ready to read one of the works of the Stoics. Actually, fun fact, Marcus was a big fan of Epictetus. As you read through, I can't remember who it was, in that book one of the teachers that he had is like, thank you for lending me your copy of Epictetus. Marcus references Epictetus a couple times, and we will quote Epictetus a couple times throughout meditations. So Epictetus would have predated Marcus. He was around during the time of Domitian. I won't nerd out too much. He was maybe a generation or so ahead of Marcus Aurelius. But he was probably the greatest teacher of the school of philosophy of Stoicism from Roman Stoicism. And it's just a great book to kind of break you into the principles of Stoicism. Epictetus was very similar to Marcus in that, short little bursts of, Stoic wisdom. Sometimes he might be a little bit longer, but it's never, and we'll talk about Seneca next, and Seneca wrote a lot like Cicero and Plutarch, this kind of essay, letter format. Enchiridion by Epictetus is short, little powerful bursts of Stoicism. And again, really the handbook, as it's referred to, just a lot of the principles of Stoicism. And it starts off like the very beginning of it. Of things, some are in our power and others are not. So this is what's called the dichotomy of control. This is Epictetus's kind of big thing, the dichotomy of control, which really, again, it's simple. I think one thing I like about Stoicism, it's a very portable philosophy. It's not like, geez, let me sit here and stare out the window and try and wonder what Epictetus was talking about. Of things, some are in our power and others are not. So in life, there's things we can control and there's things we can't control. And Epictetus will go into a little bit and break down some of the things of what we can and can't control. But to me, of everything that Stoicism has to teach us, that's probably just the simplest and most powerful. That's the only thing you learned about through Stoicism, was to go through life saying, can I control this or can't I control this? And kind of determining how much of an emotional investment you're going to make into a situation should coincide with how much control you have over that situation. And the Stoics will talk a lot about internals and externals. And in any given situation, usually what it boils down to is what I can control is my internal response to the external situation that I cannot control in most cases. I might be able to influence it. And there's certainly some nuance to it. But really just to kind of adopt the mindset and the filter of like, how much can I control this situation? Is a powerful way to gain some of the promise of happiness and joy that Stoicism has to give by kind of filtering out, look, I can't control it. It sounds simple, it sounds basic, but I can look back on my life and tell you there've been a lot of times that I got myself upset over stuff I didn't even have any control over at all. Anyhow, so again, Epictetus, Enchiridion, short, easy to consume, and just will introduce you to a lot of real powerful kind of teachings and lessons of Stoicism.
Yeah, I want to make a couple points. One is that this pattern of students taking notes on a master, and then we get what comes down to us is actually the notes or writings of the student. You see that with Socrates and Plato, with Aristotle taking a lot of his stuff in terms of lecture notes from students. So there's a lot of even Jesus and his disciples and Confucius and the Analects. You have these things that are passed down, and we're getting the writings of the students, not the original teacher.
Yes. And I have often thought, because let's take book 24 of the Enchiridion. All right, that's a decent chunk. That's a decent chunk of text here, and definitely once you get into discourses, like they are a little bit longer. The books, kind of as he goes through, they'll get longer. I'm like, in the way of taking, I just wonder of the logistics of that, like in today's world, I could have my computer open and maybe I could keep up with the professor fairly okay, but most likely I'm not going to keep, I'm probably going to be filling in some gaps. And, again, I'm not sure if like Arian then sat down with Epictetus and said, hey, can you repeat that one part that you said about this one thing? Or how much of this is Arian? His interpretation of what Epictetus was saying. Again, you just think of back, just the logistics of how can you write on a wax pad or whatever the heck you with a stylus. You were like, how do you take these notes? I'm sure they're brilliant shorthands and stuff that they were doing back then. But again, to your point, as you get these things where it's the student who wrote and the works or the kind of the teachings of the master that they were like, how much is it the students like interpretation and views we're seeing?
And that's a part of the tradition as well. And part of the critical reading of manuscripts is there was a tradition of people saying somebody said something, but they actually never said it in a way that a student or a not very well-known person would gain recognition for their writings, is they would say, oh, this is actually a lost teaching of this other guy who's very famous and well-known. And they sort of insert themselves into the lineage of that author. And so scholars today have to pick that apart and try to figure out, is this pseudo this person or is it the real deal?
Yep. And a lot of those, the fragments you mentioned, because there's, at the end of the Enchiridion, there'll be fragments. And there certainly is. Again, somebody maybe more educated on this kind of knows some of that. Just kind of like, were these fragments really Epictetus? And even sometimes that's what's good. Like sometimes what translation or which version you want to read, how good the footnotes are or the endnotes. Well, you'll kind of see some of that. Like, well, this might be attributed to Musonius Rufus, or it might have been attributed to an earlier philosopher, but somehow, somewhere along the line, it got attributed to, it's not really Epictetus, probably not, but at one point it was attributed to him. So it is kind of interesting how some of that stuff will find its way, but might have been said by somebody earlier on.
You ever look into like, Epicureanism or some, like when you were reading that first line, it made me think of De Rerum Natura, and that's a key work of the Epicureans. And I was just wondering, like, have you, to what extent you've looked into some of the other?
I branched out in philosophy a little bit. I don't know, like I've read Montaigne and some other philosophers, Plutarch. I don't know if I do want to, as I kind of think of next editions that I want to add to my Loeb collection. And we'll talk about the Loebs a little bit earlier. I do want to, like, it's on my wish list, like read Lucretius and to learn a little bit, maybe more about Epicureanism. And it's funny because there are a lot of passages in Meditations. And actually, the next guy we're going to talk about, Seneca, will reference Epicureanism. A lot of these guys weren't just hardcore Stoics. And there are a lot of passages in Meditations where Marcus will talk about either atoms, like almost like Epicureanism, like kind of say we're either like, it's either atoms, we're made of atoms, or it's fate that's driving anything. But either which way, this is where we're going to end up anyhow. So, I mean, I don't know if I'm explaining that well, but he will touch kind of on some Epicureanism thought of like atoms and kind of how, the Epicureans saw the universe being created versus how the Stoics thought. But he will always kind of then defer or kind of end with more of the Stoic way of things. I rambling a little bit there, but yeah, I'm definitely interested in reading Lucretius.
Yeah, one of the interesting things about Epicureanism, because like the way that most people think about it is this very indulgent thing about just pursuing pleasure, but there's actually sub schools of Epicureanism, and some of them do have a sort of Stoic vibe to them, and they reject a lot of that sort of bacchanal type stuff. So there are these sort of interesting crossovers. It's something I want to also look more into. So maybe we could switch over to the Seneca book.
Yeah. So your next, or I guess the three big Stoics are going to be Marcus Aurelius, Epictetus. This one you can tell is a little well read, got a little crease down the spine there. Letters from a Stoic. This is the Penguin translation of Seneca. So of the three Stoics, again, we know Marcus is writing to himself. He's not, trying to write for public consumption. Epictetus isn't even writing. He's being his student is writing his teachings. Seneca was a writer. Seneca is a very interesting dude. He's a beautiful writer. His writing, unlike the others, are kind of like, it's these, moral epistles, letters. So the reason letters from a Stoic is these are letters he was writing, and oh my God, who is he writing to? I forget off the top of my head.
I can look it up while you go.
Yeah. So he was writing these letters, and I think there's some argument: was he really, or was he really truly writing these letters, or was he just writing in this format? Because that was kind of writing letters was a popular format from back to Cicero, a lot of Cicero.
Sort of like an open letter today.
Right. Yeah. Maybe a little bit like that. Were they really letters? Like a lot of Cicero's writings. He's writing to Brutus and he's writing, kind of writing. So
I found the name here. It's Lucilius Jr.
Yes. Yep. Lucilius. So anyhow, it's like it comes in different. I didn't bring it down for this. I got a bunch of Seneca in my Loeb collection too. So it's also known as the moral epistles, like in the Loeb collections. They're called the moral epistles of Seneca. In this book, the Penguin version is letters from a Stoic. So letters from a Stoic. Seneca being the Stoic, writing to Lucilius on all different kinds of moral topics. It's about modesty, about time, about using time, about old age and death. It's just different letters will be on a kind of a different topic and his philosophical thinking about that topic through the lens of Stoicism. Again, Seneca was also a very interesting person, very rich. He was a political kind of advisor to the Emperor Nero. He's a little bit of a controversial figure of kind of how he lived, which was a very opulent lifestyle in the court of the Emperor Nero. And he was a very rich guy, but writing about a lot of those things we'll hear in Stoicism too, a little bit about a simple life, about really not needing much, about practicing. He'll talk about, we should go through times where we eat very simply and wear very low, like this kind of practicing of hardships and stuff like that the Stoics will talk about, like practicing, purposefully not eating fancy or not wearing fancy clothes to just kind of prepare ourselves if we're ever faced with situations where we might be in poverty or not be able to eat, anything extravagant. But it's this more letter format, this essay format, these longer essays, letters, very different than Marcus Aurelius and Seneca. Marcus Aurelius and Epictetus, but Seneca's a beautiful writer. I mean, he's almost like, he would have been, like, if any of them would have been great on Twitter or something these days, it would have been Seneca. Like almost every sentence you almost could highlight. He was just a very, very, very good writer, a very beautiful writer. A lot of people love Seneca a lot. But again, kind of lumped him in with my favorite books because, he's a beautiful writer. And, if you're going to read about the Stoics, you really only have a few to pick from, and Seneca's one of them. But really good stuff. And he was very prolific. I a lot of the writings of Seneca. And that's another thing that's kind of cool, too, is kind of like why some things survived over the ages and why some things didn't survive over the ages. I actually once read a book called The Swerve, and I can't remember who the author was. Maybe we could put that in the notes or something. That talked a little bit about kind of the role that, it's kind of some of these middle-aged monks played and kind of how some of these books managed to kind of be discovered in old monasteries and stuff like that. But either which way, I won't go too deep.
Stephen Greenblatt.
Okay. Yeah. But, there's some ancient authors that have tons of their work, like Cicero, Seneca, just a lot. They were very prolific writers and most, or at least a good amount of their writings survived and exist today for us to read them, which I'm very grateful for. There's a lot of other things you'll read, and maybe that'll be more in the Roman history thing where, that you'll hear that Augustus wrote something, but it didn't survive, or Hadrian wrote something. And we know through the ancient authors or historians that they wrote of something, they'll reference it, but the work doesn't exist. And maybe it's in one of the scrolls in Herculaneum or somewhere like that, or maybe it's hidden away somewhere still in some hidden shelf in some monastery somewhere. But again, it's just sometimes I will pause and be grateful when I read something like this, and it feels like you're in the simulation. I won't like nerd out on, not that I believe that we're in a simulation or anything, but just like this kind, sometimes just weird, like why did this survive and that didn't survive? And there's probably very good reason. But anyhow, I'm definitely going down the rabbit hole there.
I want to just give a little blurb about the book you mentioned, The Swerve, because I mean, this is very relevant to what we've just been talking about. This is from ChatGPT. The book The Swerve, How the World Became Modern was written by Stephen Greenblatt, a renowned literary historian and scholar. First published in 2011 and won both the Pulitzer Prize for General Nonfiction and the National Book Award for Nonfiction. The book explores how the rediscovery of the ancient Roman poet Lucretius's work, De Rerum Natura, on the nature of things in the 15th century, influenced the development of modern thought, science, and secularism. And it key themes: revival of classical knowledge during the Renaissance, the philosophical and cultural impact of Lucretius's atomistic and Epicurean ideas, and the interplay between religious orthodoxy and the rise of scientific inquiry and humanism. So I'm definitely going to be checking that out because that sounds really interesting.
Yeah, it's a great book. And, again, it touches on a couple of things. We talked about Lucretius earlier, and it will also kind of explore that kind of process a little bit of how these manuscripts were transcribed, like how the transcriptions and how some of this stuff came to survive and some of it not to survive, and what the life of a monk was whose job was to transcribe ancient texts. It's an interesting book for sure.
And you have one of your sculptures is Seneca. So
yeah.
Right? Yeah. So we'll look at that, lay some pictures, and that's on your Etsy store. Do you want to go to the next book now?
Yeah. So, I think almost we're getting you let me know. I mean, we can kind of, as we're in this philosophy phase, maybe we don't need to talk about these maybe as much as some of the others, but this one I mentioned simply Boethius. This is Boethius, the Consolation of Philosophy. It is my most recent philosophy book. So this is a little bit of a newer one to me, and another one that just kind of, again, will pop up. Like I've heard the name Boethius, like I've heard of him. Again, like a lot of names from antiquity, you've heard of it.
Written 523. So
Yep. So he's, getting a few hundred years after, Marcus Aurelius and some of the gentlemen we've talked about earlier. Still definitely from antiquity, maybe getting a little bit more into beginning of Middle Ages or whatever. But medieval times, again, I'm not that great with my historical time frames going past kind of Roman history. But, he's getting on a little bit, but still definitely from antiquity. Boethius was an interesting dude. So he was like a Roman politician in kind of the later Roman Empire, who got in trouble with some other dude. I don't know my history that well on this, but he was in prison. He had been sentenced to death, and Boethius was in prison. This is actual real life. But what he writes of in the Consolation of Philosophy is Lady Philosophy coming to visit him and consoling him in his grief and sorrow and fear over his fate, what was going to happen. And Boethius actually did end up getting executed. But a really good book. This is again, it's this was good stuff. I really enjoyed it. I think there's just definitely some Stoic leanings in here. Boethius will write of Cicero. It's just like lady philosophy coming and just talking to him about why you're forgetting your philosophy. Now is the time for you to be philosophical, and, talking about, the wheel of fortune, which, kind of is maybe the most popular concept from Boethius. It's definitely on here on the cover. The wheel of fortune spins, and sometimes it spins in our favor and sometimes it doesn't. And we should accept the fact, and we shouldn't let ourselves ride the wheel and, be miserable when fate is going against us, and be overly joyful when fate is going for us. Again, a little bit of that Stoic kind of thing of equanimity and just accepting what fate will present to us. Again, I probably just finished reading this one up a few months ago, and I am going to real quick, and let me know if this comes through. Timothy, can you see me sharing my Evernote here?
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. So real quick on this, is we're all readers here, and we love this kind of stuff. Part of my reading is when I read a book and I highlight and transcribe and everything, is take my notes and all of that. I come and I then will create an Evernote, and I will put all my notes from that book into Evernote. I'll transcribe them into Evernote. And this is really, I probably won't too often come back and take Boethius down from the shelf, but if I want to kind of refresh my memory on something from that, I pull up my Evernote. And the reason I'm showing this is I'll transcribe all my notes, and the stuff that sticks out to me, I'll highlight in yellow. The stuff that really sticks out to me, I'll highlight in red. And Boethius, there's a lot of red in there. There's a lot of red. I just love the way he wrote, and again, you have different translations. You can compare some texts of like the old Loeb, some passages, and again, the Penguin translation, it's just, again, maybe modernized a little bit easier to consume than some of the older style of writing from the Loeb. But again, just by way of example, like a lot of red in there, just really loved Boethius, and there was a lot of good stuff going on there in Boethius.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention also that the Dumbarton Oaks has the Old English version of the Consolation of Philosophy.
Okay.
And so that's that's another Harvard University Press publication facing page. So you have the Old English on the left and the Modern English translation on the right. And was there anything else you wanted to show with the Evernote, or?
No. Just, I guess while we're in here and I'm in Zoom when I'm more of a Teams guy trying to figure out how to stop. I see the stop share. Okay. But you'll see like meditations from Marcus Aurelius. Recently read the Martin Hammond translation. So just part of my reading process is getting all of my notes transcribed.
Yeah. So I was wondering what is your process are you highlighting stuff in the book and then typing it into Evernote?
So while we're nerding out, this is a device I have called the Scan Marker. It's called the Scan Marker Air. So what you do with the Scan Marker is you actually scan. So I'll highlight. So when I'm reading, I always have a highlighter. Highlighter is always my highlighter on my glasses is what I have when I'm reading. And then when I'm done reading it, I will create an Evernote, and then I will use the Scan Marker, and you can actually scan over your highlights, and then that will transcribe it into Evernote.
Wow. So is it one line at a time? You're just kind of going through.
It's almost like a highlighting exercise. You just kind of highlight over it with the Scan Marker, and then it'll just transcribe. It'll kind of pick it up, scan it, and put it into Evernote.
So that's an app that you install that comes with the piece of hardware?
Yeah, there's a Scan Marker app that you install.
Yeah, I'll have to look into that. That's really interesting. I've actually never seen that before. I've seen similar things where you kind of drag it from the top to the bottom of the page and it can scan in the page. But this is a line by line thing. Yeah, it sounds like it's pretty seamless. It's wired. Do you know if there's a wireless version or?
I think there's a way it's supposed to work through Bluetooth, but I find it better when I just have it hardwired into my USB port.
Yeah, that's really interesting. Okay, so unless you had anything else on the Consolation.
No. So I'm going to transition a little bit here into Roman history. So I had
a question about the Consolation. How did you discover that? Because that is sort of a turn from Stoicism, even though it's got like actually there is one thing I want to say, which is the Consolations. Part of what's interesting about it is it's in the form of a dialogue with Lady.
Yes. Lady Philosophy. Yep.
Philosophy. So that's part of with some of these works that are sort of pagan, sort of Christian. part of getting around some of the, you could call it censorship of the Christian sort of world that he was in, was putting it into that context where it's sort of a frame narrative that takes it out, because it's not explicitly Christian as you might think. But anyways,
yeah. No, it's a good point. And that's something that, again, the value in reading the introduction, they will point that out, that it was kind of conspicuous that there was really no mention of Jesus. Obviously in Rome, this is after Constantine, kind of, Christianity was the official religion of Rome, but yet there is no mention, really. There's no of Jesus or anything in the book. So yeah, an interesting point. And to your question of why I started reading it again, I think over time from reading Stoicism, I've just become very open to kind of reading works from antiquity, and I kind of like reading ancient authors and ancient philosophers. So again, I kind of had heard enough of them enough times. I was like, I think it's time for me to read some Boethius. Like, I just heard enough good stuff. And a lot of times that good stuff I hear will be maybe on X / Twitter, and just seeing tweets or something about it. I'm like, oh, well, there's enough people who kind of seem to be in my circles that are talking about this, so I'm going to go ahead and give it a shot. So the last phase of books, and I'm holding up my Kindle here because I had read this one and I still have it. It's called Dying Every Day by James Romm. And it is a book about the relationship with Seneca and Nero. And I read this book, and I guess I'll talk a little bit about Kindle. I am like 90% paper, physical book guy. We'll see my bookshelves and everything. I like paper books. I'm not anti digital books, and I don't even know if I have a rhyme or reason. Sometimes I might just in the moment hear about this book and just jump on Amazon and say, "Oh, cool, I'll just grab it from my Kindle real quick." So I grabbed this book. I heard of it, and I grabbed it because I wanted to learn more about Seneca. This is before I really knew anything about Roman history, had any kind of interest in Roman history. I just wanted to read something about through the lens of Seneca, learn more about Seneca. I came out of this book absolutely fascinated with Nero and Roman history, just the Roman Empire. This was like literally a page turner for me of just reading the story of Nero and just Seneca's relationship with him. But again, went into it wanting to learn about Seneca, came out of it like, what's this Roman Empire? Like, this Nero dude is fascinating. Like, this is just really fascinating stuff. And I went down the rabbit hole, which again, when you share my bookshelves, I've gone very far down the rabbit hole of Roman history. And that was the book. We talked earlier about the right book, finding you at the right time for whatever reason.
I was looking at your X, and you had a great thread, I think, yesterday on who's the worst Roman emperor. I was like,
I'm right. I write on. We'll talk maybe a little bit on that kind of. I write on basically two top. Well, I guess maybe three: Stoicism, general works from these ancient philosophers, mostly Stoicism, and then Roman history. As I've definitely gone down the rabbit hole and become a very big fan of Roman history. That was the book that did it for me. Before that, I don't know that I had any particular interest in Roman history. Certainly the younger Mike McGill wouldn't have had much interest in learning about Roman history. Maybe the most exposure I had to it before that would just been reading Meditations and knowing that Marcus Aurelius was a Roman emperor through reading that. But read that book, Dying Every Day, came out of it, absolutely fascinated with Roman history. And that's where maybe I'll touch on a few books about Roman history. So right here, I'm holding up The 12 Caesars by Suetonius, ancient Roman biographer. And The 12 Caesars is him writing about Julius Caesar and the first 11 Roman emperors. That's where you get your 12. Julius Caesar was not a Roman emperor. He was we all know who Julius Caesar was. I won't go into him too much, but it's funny, even when I will do some tweets about Roman emperors, like who's asking like who's your favorite Roman emperor. Every once in a while, somebody will throw Caesar out there. No. Caesar was still in the Roman Republic. We're not in the Roman Empire yet. Augustus was the first Roman emperor, but this is
Can you just explain like the difference and that transition in government? Because it's sort of important, like shift from democracy to autocracy.
Yes. So the Roman Republic, God, that is, we could do a 3-hour, give the Cliff Notes version on that. So for, the earlier part of Roman history, again, it started off as a kingdom. It was actually kings at first, and then it became they got tired of kings and they established the empire, the Roman Republic. And the Roman Republic was a democratic-esque style of government that was around for centuries. But that model, near the end, it started becoming very political. You have Pompey's and Cicero's became about these individuals fighting each other for power and control of this republic. A long period of civil war happens. Caesar gets assassinated. Then you have a last civil war between Octavian and Mark Antony. And after that, Augustus, it turns into the Roman Empire, where you have a single emperor ruling Rome. I didn't probably do a great job of that. I think it was that course of the Roman Republic. It just ran its course, and it just kind of fell into corruption. And
we just give people dates. So the Roman Republic is 509 to 27 BC, and then the Roman Empire is 27 BC to 476 AD, and you have Jesus in there, right? As that change has happened right in the early stages of the empire.
Yeah. Jesus was born during the reign of Tiberius. So I know he was crucified during the reign of Tiberius. I have to kind of check some of my dates in there. He might have been born Augustus, died during the reign of Tiberius in the early Roman Empire. But that's what you learn about in Suetonius. Not about Jesus, but what Suetonius writes about is basically biographies of Julius Caesar and the first 11 Roman emperors. So when I first got interested in Roman history in my kind of IT guy way, I'm like, all right, how am I going to go about it? It's like you just mentioned the years. I mean, and even you have the Eastern Roman Empire and the Byzantine Empire and the Holy Roman Empire. Rome goes on, for a very long time, and the different flavors of, from the kingdom to the republic to the empire to the late empire, Eastern Empire, Byzantine Empire. It's a huge, vast topic. And I, again, in learning about Nero, I was like, okay, I want to learn about the emperors. And I, kind of doing some research, I found this book, Suetonius.
Let me just give you the dates, because I think you were right about. So Emperor Jesus' birth, Augustus, who was 27 BC to 14 AD. And he was the last of the Pax Romana. And then in Gospel of Luke 2:1, a census was ordered during Augustus's reign, which led Joseph and Mary to travel to Bethlehem. No, Jesus was born. Jesus' birth usually said to be 6 to 4 BC. And then his death is under Tiberius, who was 14 AD to 37 AD.
Yep. So, so this was just one of the books I read early on. Still a really good one. One I will recommend to folks who, want to read one of the ancient historians. You got a bunch of them. You got Tacitus, you got Livy, you got Appian. There's a lot of kind of ancient historians who are writing of the events of, either the Roman Republic or the Roman Empire. Suetonius is one of them. He was actually he lived during the reign of Hadrian. So he would have been writing of events that maybe happened 100 years. So he's getting, he wasn't writing during the time that these emperors were alive, but, kind of relatively shortly after that. It's an interesting book. Some people will tell you to take it with a very large grain of salt. You refer to it to like the National Enquirer of the early Roman Empire. He will kind of go into some, dirty laundry on emperors, and some stuff might be somewhat questionable of what the legitimacy or accuracy of what he's writing, but it's 80-20 rule. I mean, he's, kind of most of what he's writing would be accurate events of what happened with the Roman emperors, but a very entertaining read. A good place to start if you're interested in reading one of the ancient Roman historians.
So the 12 Caesars is during the Republic.
No, the 12, the 12 Caesars. So Julius Caesar is the first of the 12 he's writing about. So he writes a biography of Julius Caesar. That would be Roman Republic. Then he goes from Augustus through Domitian, which would have been the first 11 Roman emperors during the Roman Empire.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'm not really good on all that stuff.
No, that's all right. And maybe just a couple more. So in my journey on Roman history, another very interesting book called I, Claudius by Robert Graves. So Claudius is the fourth Roman emperor. A couple interesting things about this book. So the genre of this book is a kind of a fictional memoir. So the pretext of this book is that it's Claudius, the Emperor Claudius, is writing it about his life. And it is a very interesting lens. So the Julio-Claudian dynasty was the first dynasty of the Roman Empire. In the Julio-Claudian dynasty, you have Augustus, you have Tiberius, you have Caligula, you have Claudius, and then you have Nero. It's the first 5 emperors of Rome in the Julio-Claudian dynasty. So in this book, it's a fictional memoir of Claudius writing about his experience, his life. And it's just a really fun, and it's humorous. It's a great read. It's actually Robert Graves is the translator for the 12 Caesars. So he translated, just like the Penguin, the 12 Caesars is Robert Graves who did the translation. So he knows the subject matter. So when you're reading I, Claudius, all the characters were real historical figures. A lot of the events that Claudius would be writing about would have been actual Roman historical events, but it's, then Robert Graves taking, kind of whatever liberties he has of how Claudius would have worked his way through a very treacherous time in history, like how he managed to still be alive because Rome was very violent. And if you were somebody who might be a threat to the reign of one emperor, you might have been executed or poisoned or some other different way to kind of take you out of the mix. So, kind of the pretext in here is that Claudius, and this is some actual history that's passed down, had some physical deformities, had a stutter, and, kind of the way he survived almost like the usual suspects, kind of Kaiser Soze, like acting like, he's has this limp and all of that, but turns out to be kind of, he was just playing that all along. A little bit is how he kind of portrays Claudius. He's kind of playing this all along just to stay alive and everything. And ultimately he becomes a Roman emperor, but a very interesting style. And there's a bunch of books like this, or not in this style. There's another book called Hadrian, Memoirs of Hadrian, which is the same kind of concept, like of Hadrian writing a fictional memoir to Marcus Aurelius. There's a few books that have that kind of style, but really good book, a really entertaining way to learn about the early Roman Empire.
The character of Livia seems pretty interesting.
Yes, Livia was Augustus's wife. Historically, she is kind of portrayed like, did she like kind of poisoning people like a lot? So Livia married Augustus, but Livia's son was Tiberius, who was the second Roman emperor. And throughout I, Claudius, they have Livia as being kind of the person behind the scenes who's poisoning all the other potential heirs to Augustus so that her son Tiberius will become the next Roman emperor.
It sort of reminded me of Alexander the Great and his mother, and just like wife of Philip II. And she was also, I forget the exact, I think she was also potentially involved in an assassination. and helping her son get to the throne. So there's some interesting dynamics like that.
Right. And that happens in Roman history. You also have Agrippina, who was the mother of Nero, who, if you keep going through this storyline, poisoned Claudius so that her son Nero could become the next Roman emperor. So it's just it's a fun book. I recommend this to people a lot too. It's just kind of like an entertaining way to learn. Again, it's not necessarily historically 100% accurate, but again, you do learn about kind of who the emperors were through the Julio-Claudian dynasty. Kind of an interesting way to learn about Roman history.
Do you want to go to the next one?
That is the last one. That's it.
If you'd like to give a tour of your library on my channel, please reach out to me at timothy@timothykenny.com.